Hi everyone, good evening, good to see you. I hope you're all doing well and that you've had a good weekend and that you all got your Apex fix in today. I didn't because obviously I don't play games like that.
Good evening, Twiggie and chat. Twigger love.
Good evening, thank you for the bits, Spears. Yeah, I don't play Apex. What? Why would I play a game like that? I don't play shooters at all. How are you guys doing? Thank you for being here. Thank you for tuning in to yet another day of the letter. Don't squint at me. The only game where you're good with a sniper. It's the only game where I'm not good with a sniper. Usually sniper is my weapon of choice and I just can't make it work in Apex. And I don't know why. It's because I don't play it naturally. How are you guys doing? How did you guys have a thing? Apparently words are hard today as well. I've had a lot of painkillers today. Please excuse me. First time in a long time I played with friends and I can say I had a good time. That's so good to hear, mister. It was fun playing with you. Hi, cats! Good to see you. Terrible aim with all of them. I don't know, there are some weapons that... What? I don't use any weapons. I don't know why I'm talking like I am. Yeah, it's still the wisdom tooth. Problematic. For those who don't know, I have a wisdom tooth that's growing out and it's fully emerged, it's just that it keeps growing and it makes the entire gum area around it really, really sore and painful. I don't think it's infected or anything, I think it's just soreness from the tooth growing in. So I'll give it a couple more days and if it doesn't get better, I'll go to a dentist. You got all four at once? Oof. I'm sorry. I only have two wisdom teeth. One came out, no problem. And then the other one I'm having trouble with. It's not so much that I'm having trouble with it either, because there's room for it, it's not growing in any weird direction. It's kind of crooked, but not to the point where it's disturbing anything. It's just... whenever it's growing, it hurts. The email, I destroyed it? Come on, you can't say that you never saw it before. Still have them because I'm wise as fuck. That would explain things, Tug. I haven't had any removed. And I hope I don't have to. I'll live with it. I'll find a way to live with it if I have to. Going back to sleep like a normal person? Sounds good, cats. Sleep is always nice. Thank you for stopping by, though. It was lovely seeing you. Alcohol is the answer, or, you know, painkillers work too. Homework status, it's going okay. Alcohol and painkillers, I'm not that crazy. That's a little too wild for me. A little too crazy. Okay, so for those that are out of the loop, this game is crazy. We started off playing as Isabella. And she sold this house. She works for a real estate agent, and she sold this house that has always been rumored to be haunted. And she went in there and she ended up in the attic with a bedroom where she met this crazy ghost girl. And also she found this letter that just had help me, help me, help me, help me written all over it, and then send this to 5 people or else. And things happen, blah, 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 blah. The real estate agent that she worked with, Rose, she died. We don't know why. We don't know how she died yet. And Isabella met the ghost again in her office, and it was basically an unresolved thing. We don't know if she died, we don't know if she survived yet. Hi, Irons! And now we are playing as Hannah. Yes, that's how she says her name. Who bought this house together with her husband, Lucille. That's where we're at right now. Hannah also saw the ghost in the mirror in one of the rooms. No one else saw it. And we know that Hannah also saw the letter. Yeah, Luke is named Lucille. Luke sucks. We hate Luke / Lucille.
Don't be mean to Horna.
We're not mean to her. Actually, she's growing on me. She is actually growing on me, and I didn't expect her to, but she is. And thank you for the bits. So this is Hana. And we just bought the house. And she bought the house because she wanted everyone to think that she was rich and powerful and be jealous. Alright. We say our goodbyes, shake hands, make it clear without outright saying it that we now own this house. By the time we left the mansion grounds, sunset is almost upon us. Hi, Seema.
So, you really want to buy this place then?
Yes.
That's a bit of a big impulse buy, even coming from you. Not that I'm complaining.
It is a bit of an impulse buy. They haven't stated how much it was, but they have stated that it was multi-million pounds. That's a lot of money. Frankly, showing it to 5 others doesn't count because Isabella's already showed it to 5 others. You literally have to send it. Yeah, it hasn't been explained, but that is definitely what it seems like. She showed it to 6 people, I believe. Because she's, we know that Hana, Lucille, and Rose saw it. And we know that all her friends saw it. So that's 6 people that have seen the letter. And still, we saw the ghost coming for Isabella. We don't know. I feel elation when I hear those words from him. It's not every day one is able to please someone like Lucille. He gives away false flattery to sway those who starve for his attention and approval. But in the privacy of closed doors, he would often express his grievances. He neither censored himself in front of me, nor spared me from his criticism.
You have been saying the penthouse was getting a bit too small for you. Happy anniversary!
Oh. That time of the year already?
You forgot about it last year too. So they have been together for 7 years. And yeah, since she was 20, like mid-20s, and they do not have a very happy marriage. She has been thinking about leaving him because he is borderline verbally abusive, I would say, but she hasn't. Luke, Astral, and Becca. I agree, Simon. All of those people suck.
It took 7 minutes for the first eye roll. We're starting off well.
It is a game of eye rolls. Thank you for the bits. 5 papers coming out of the printer. That's true. That's a good point. I didn't even catch that. This game's inner logic has been very questionable. Yep. It's a game of eye rolls and shoulder touches and infinite birds. I haven't forgotten. I understand that he's a busy man, but...
Is that why you want to buy it?
Yes. You don't like it?
I do. But I remember you used to talk about how you wanted to live next to the beach.
Botany Bay, Kent. I remember the sea, water that stretched on for miles and miles, as far as the eye can see. As a kid, I loved our beach trips, swimming all day as much as I could. I was a well-behaved child, and the only time I was ever truly difficult was when I refused to get out of the waters, even when my fingers had gone all wrinkly. And even when they managed to pull me out of the water, there was always sandcastles. The day before we married, I told Luke that I wanted a house on a beach and a dog. And a kid or 2. None of those came true 7 years later.
That was a childish dream. Living next to the beach is so impractical if you really think about it.
She hasn't gotten any of the things that she wanted. Aw, Hana. We watched part of the stream this morning, had to stop and the ghost came to the office. That was actually pretty creepy. The ghost in the office was pretty creepy. You don't have a single dog, right? It's an outrage. How else can a dog take precedence over the kids? Of course.
I don't know. It's not a bad thought to see you in a bathing suit every day.
Maybe another time, love. We still have forever, don't we?
Please, no. He says nothing, only grabbing my hand and holding it tight, as we spend the rest of the ride home in silence. I miss the sea. Sick and hovering over the loo at 3 in the morning, the picture I paint right now is hardly glamorous. A horribly fishy taste is left in my mouth as I throw up what I had for dinner, and I hate that acrid stench that fills the lavatory. She's pregnant. See you, Skibbles. The burning sensation at the back of my throat is of no help whatsoever. I can feel another wave of nausea coming up to me when the door opens.
Hannah, what are you doing so early out of bed?
I'm fine, love. I must have just eaten something bad.
No, she's pregnant. Hi, Vic. Good to see you. How are you doing? He's gonna be more hateful. For reference, guys, this is the person who called our best friend the N-word. Straight out. He's a terrible guy. He's an absolute shithead of a guy. I don't know. Just a little tired. I feel that. Tired is basically just my default state nowadays, but what can you do? Just gotta push through it. Or get to sleep. Sleep is good. That's all I managed to say before vomiting again into the porcelain throne. Lovely.
Just go back to bed, Luke. I'm going to clean up here.
It came out so out of nowhere too. It really did. And I don't know if they did it just for the shock factor or if it was just to paint him as this terrible guy. I don't know. Tired of being tired? That's an evil circle that doesn't really go away that easily. You're tired of being tired, which makes you more tired, and so on and so on. Do ghosts need reason to be mad? I don't know. The ghost has been whispering to us, help me? And I have no idea what it wants us to help it with. I have no clue. I refuse to look at him. I don't want him to see me like this. The last time I've had a horrible morning wretched into a toilet was during my college years, being the life of the party. Thoughtless and shameless, I had thrown away months to frivolous merriment and pointless hookups. I didn't even retain any of the connections I made from that time. Sure, they still know of me, and I still know of them, and we still do business from time to time. But I've lost touch with anyone who I didn't see on a daily basis. I hardly have any of the friends I had when I was still Hannah Evans, teachers, fellow university students, drinking buddies, and old conquests like Jack.
No, don't touch me, sweetie. It's disgusting. I'm disgusting.
Luke sits down next to me, on the toilet floor, to hold my hair even as I cough up more fish. He wipes the vomit from the corner of my mouth and just stares.
Do I need to fire someone? I don't feel sick.
Just feeling a bit under the weather, dear. It's been unbearably hot as of late, hasn't it?
He was, yeah, he definitely had that awful guy thing going on even before that, but still. You can't be tired if you're tired of being tired. That's a double negative. I see your logic. I don't agree with it in this case. Yeah, this guy's terrible. If you didn't already know, this is the guy you're supposed to hate. I did, Bufu, because every time I call him Lucille, it's a conscious effort to remember it. And I can't go through that process every time I have to say his name. So, I'm sorry.
I do wish it would rain.
Are you sure it wasn't those sweets? I told you not to eat those sweets.
It's perfectly valid, Skibbles.
Maybe. Well, don't laugh.
Well, I can't help if you make that sort of face.
He starts chuckling, and soon enough, he's in a fit of laughter. The scene happening next to a loo filled with sick just makes the whole thing bizarre, and it nearly makes me start giggling as well. I try to stifle it, though, as I smack him on the shoulder.
I'm not making a face, Luke. Stop laughing.
But wrong!
Shut up.
What? Me too, Skibbles. It kind of depends on why. No, you know what? I would be pissed. I don't want anyone near me when I'm throwing up. I want everyone as far away from me as humanly possible. When he would not stop laughing, I let myself go as laughter bubbles from my own throat, and I forget whatever ill feelings plagued me. We're just husband and wife, laughing together at a funny face, the little things in life. I let myself go because I know that these moments will not last forever. But I just know that the terrible things to come for us. I would have wished for everything. Hang on, I have to read that again. I lost track of everything. If I had just known the terrible things that are to come for us, I would have wished with everything that I have then and there that the laughter stayed. Hang on! Is this in the future? I thought that these thoughts were like everything she was thinking right now but not saying aloud. Is it— what? Hang on, everything just got weirder if that's the case. What? Perfect. Perfect. That was so strange.
Come on now.
Are we back in a mansion? I haven't looked at any of this. Maybe I should. Oh god, I haven't looked at any of it. There's so much. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, Rose was killed, right? I think I mentioned that. In her room when she was killed, the same "help me, help me, help me" was written on her walls. The place is bustling with movers, carrying furnishings here and there, along with several trunks of personal belongings taken from our penthouse. Luke watches them like a hawk, making sure nothing is handled carelessly or gets stolen.
Careful now. I know your pictures are framed by cheap plastic, but those are framed by African Blackwood and are one-of-a-kind commissioned paintings. Each one is easily worth a lifetime of what you lot make.
Hi, Robos. Good evening. Especially if the one laughing at you vomiting would be your love partner. Yeah. Rose didn't even see the letter. I think she did. There might be something in our journal about that. I think all three of them saw it. Maybe not? I'm like pretty sure. I think Rose, Luke, and Hannah. It was Marianne? I can't even remember. Hi, Kev! It's a visual novel, and it's a long-ass visual novel. It definitely has some scares. Has had a couple of creepy moments. But the thing about visual novels is they have such a long build-up. And so I've heard that this game does escalate further along, but they're always going to be slow to begin with. We're about 6 or 7 hours in, and we've had like 3 scares. So far, a little slow. Lots of history, backstories, character development, and a few ghosts. Not quite Doki Doki yet, no. Really dig how slow these games are. I kind of like it too. I think having the scares so far between each other, it does make it more it makes it more impactful when it happens. We still have 90 hours to go. Yeah, judging by the achievements. Yes. You killed Zack? How dare you? Zack is the best character! Like Sally Facelet where it stays interesting and impactful. I don't know, I wouldn't compare this to Sally Face. Think of Doki Doki, but a little faster than Doki Doki. And I don't know, a little faster than Doki Doki, not the same kind of scares. You see the first scare like in the first half hour. The start felt overly long. That could be the first person we were talking to was Becca. Stupid Becca. And it's voice acted. All the character lines are voice acted, which helps.
Luke, do the dishwashers go into the kitchen or the butler's pantry?
Pantry, Buttercup. Careful, that's Emma. No, no, you there, put that down. You do not manhandle a Napoleon Abueva.
I can see the exasperation, and I have to send the foreman an apologetic glance. Even Johannes rolls his eyes as he goes along. Considering Luke is always like this during a project, Johannes and I have gotten used to it. Poor Marianne, on the other hand, looks a bit stressed at seeing the gigantic mess before quickly going back to work. Everything just has to be perfect, exactly the way he wants it. One little thing out of place, one little thing that didn't fit the image he clearly constructed in his head, and Luke gets bent out of shape.
Sweetie, why don't we go and sort your suits upstairs? Let Johannes and Marianne and the foreman deal with the rest of the work.
Yes,
Oh, fuck.
please do go before a blood vessel bursts. Bloodstains are so troublesome to clean.
He has a point. Taking him by the hand, I lead him upstairs into our bedroom. This place has been arranged first, so that we can get some rest, no matter what state the rest of the mansion is in. I am definitely glad I can just lie down on a soft, comfy bed after what has been a busy morning. Watching Luke act like his life depended on getting this move done is tiring all on its own. And to think I have a whole day of this ahead of me. I feel the bed dip beside me as Luke sits down with a sigh.
Well, I can't wait for this to be over.
Picture is in that is the same as in the hallway, yeah. That's weird. Looking for the birds through the balcony and nothing. I'm sure they're there, but they're flying like this. So you just can't see them.
I don't know. It's fun seeing you all fired up. Here at home and not at work, you know.
You know I can't always be home, Hannah. I have a company to run, unless you've forgotten.
I haven't forgotten. You're the one who insists on being there to make sure each and every little thing is under control. I just really miss you sometimes, and I wish you were at home more often. Why, if you're not careful, I might go a bit loopy and I'll start bringing cats home.
Earlier, she complained about the fact that if they didn't buy the house, it might go to someone who would buy it and just fill it up with cats. And now she's using that as a threat. The guy next to that girl in the hallway looked like Luke. Yeah. There's gotta be some connection right there. He's a Bond villain. They should just give it to the cats. I agree.
And soon enough, one day you'll find yourself going home to a farm just filled with felines that follow you everywhere.
Oh, don't bluff. The things would shred up your precious furniture. Besides, you don't even like cats.
True, true. Dogs are infinitely superior, of course.
But what about the wet dog smell? The mess? I'm not cleaning up after a mutt, no matter how cute.
Can I push him out of the balcony?
If you think about it, a cat would be better.
We laugh. It's not always that we can just lie down and talk about these sorts of things. To joking around as if we're teenagers again, with very little problem in the way of responsibilities and roles. To hear his genuine, honest to God, honest to goodness laughter is a rarity. This is just the second time as of late, and I can only see it as signs of good things to come.
All good points. I guess we could just have kids. That is, if you prefer dealing with soiled nappies and sick as opposed to dead birds, mice, and litter boxes.
He doesn't want kids. This is why he should die. See, Cab, you're already getting the hang of this game.
I've already told Marianne about turning the second bedroom into a children's room.
I guess sometimes I don't know when I'm crossing a line. I didn't say that I'm a good comedian, did I?
Not this
He
again.
definitely doesn't want kids.
What? I wasn't being serious.
It's not something you take the piss out of.
Aw, Tug, have fun. Good luck. We will see you later.
Having a kid is a big responsibility, Hannah. We've talked about this, haven't we? I'm not ready to be a parent. I'd probably end up killing the little brat by the week's end.
I'm a little scared of him. What? Alright, so I've said that I'm gonna play these characters as their characters. I'm not gonna play them as me. I'm playing them as a character, and I think Hana would apologize for bringing it up. I don't think she would push it. Because she's definitely a little scared of him, and I think that she would just say, I'm sorry, honey, you're right. We should just wait. I feel guilty, uneasy even about bringing this topic up. That decreased our relationship even further. That's fine. This isn't the first time I brought it up there. Considering we've been married for 7 years, but I should have learned my lesson. Talking about it has always gotten me disapproval. After all, this is one of the surefire ways to get Luke into a terrible mood. Then why did you bring it up?
I'm sorry, but I do think you...
Don't finish that sentence, Hana. Just don't. We know how this discussion ends. Let's not fight over what-ifs and if-onlys.
But what if we are going to have a family, Luke? What then?
I just told you. No what-ifs.
We won't talk about it until you're ready.
Let's not talk about it then. Ever.
Oof. The silence that follows is stifling. I avert my gaze from him, favoring the view of our 4-poster bed, overseeing his embittered expression. I'm pretty sure that she's pregnant, though. Just thinking of how insensitive I am for bringing it up makes me feel sick to my stomach. We stay still. Neither of us dare make the first move to leave. Until a crash from downstairs cuts through the tension.
Oh, bloody hell, what is it now? I can't get away for 10 minutes without someone mucking something up! That better not be what I think it is! I know it's only an 8 million yen vase, but I swear, I
don't stop him as he storms off, and he doesn't even bother to look my way. Yet I can still feel his eyes pouring into me. Alone, as per usual. I really should be used to it by now. I can feel the minutes tick by with me just lying there, feeling miserable and full of self-pity. I have rolled over to lie on my stomach at this point, with my face buried into the pillows when there's a knock at the door. Grumbling at them to go away doesn't work as my voice comes from the other side.
Madam, the photographer from Luxury Living is here.
Wait, is that today? Oh, yes. People had caught wind of our new mansion the very moment we left the open house. Luke had boasted that he could acquire the property in no time and allowed a photo shoot for an interior designer magazine to be scheduled today. Well, there were complications, and it took longer than it usually does for us.
In a minute, Hansi.
Makes Hana feel very sympathetic with her inner thoughts. That's what I'm going for! Because I genuinely believe that Hana is a good person who ended up in a terrible situation with Luke, and she feels like she's trapped in this marriage, but she can't leave because she's living this picture-perfect life, and what everyone thinks of her is so important, so she can't leave. But she's not happy, and that's the picture I'm going with. She does have this psycho look on her face. I mean, don't get me wrong, she is a little psycho, but she's growing on me.
It feels like you have done research for this, the role of your life.
I'm going back to my acting right here. I am playing the character, and the character is playing me. Thank you for the bits.
Johannes, if you could at least make it through the end.
Tell them I'll be right down, Hansi.
The mansion grounds has been one of the first things to be fixed up, aside from the bedroom. Although it's still a work in progress, it had a promising start, and I can already see the flower patches. Luke's favorite daffodil stands out easily, having been planted from the pots that used to litter the rooftop of our penthouse. Why, if the moving crew thought that Luke was being hard on them, they clearly didn't see the landscaper on his way out. The man looked like he was ready to faint, and Luke seemed to be ready to kill him by the end of the discussion. It is in the gardens that I see him standing near the flowers in quiet admiration. I felt her being so nice that Isabella felt weird to start something off. Probably the tension between Luke and Hannah. Yeah, probably. Isaac! He's hard to miss, the hulk of a man that clearly did not belong, and the big backpack and suitcase he has with him makes him look much larger. It's a peculiar sight, seeing someone who looks like he does handling little delicate things with such care. He looks up from the gardens and does a double take before a friendly face replaces his serene expression.
Miss Wright, yeah? Hi, Zachary Steele here from Luxury Living, ma'am.
Aww. Because he does photography. That's like his main thing. The movie thing was just a side thing for him.
Hope you weren't waiting too long. But it looks like you're still moving in, huh? Thought for a second there my calendar was wrong and I came here too early.
You look familiar. Have we met?
I am extremely nervous about Luke seeing Zach right now. That's like a genuine worry for me. Hi, Eddie. I think she's supposed to be English? Question mark? British. It doesn't specify where she's from. Both, Skibbles. Both of those are genuine worries of mine. I'm also worried about Zach getting his feelings hurt. Can't believe they gave her the same birthday as me. Sounds like a sign to me. This nationality is British. Yeah, but that could be like anything. I have a very wide social circle, so everyone looks familiar at one point or another. But one would think I'd remember someone who stands out like him. The struggle to recall must have been evident on my face as he quickly and kindly answers my question.
Oh, I was with Isabella, your estate agent, when she had the house blessed.
Oh, yes, that's right. Small world, isn't it?
Should have known you were Miss Wright.
The one and only. Welcome, welcome to Maison de Right.
Could be anything like Brazilian? Yeah! I mean, British is just like this general term, isn't it?
And yes, we've been in the process of moving in as we were delayed. But it won't be a problem. They're just adding a few things here and there, and you should still be able to do your work. Where's the rest of your crew then, Mr. Steele?
Zach is fine, please. Mr. Steele makes me feel like I'm a mascot for a cleaning product. Anyway, I'll be your one-man crew for today. Don't worry, been doing this gig for a while now.
Is this taking place post Rose's death? Let me check. I think that was October 23rd? Sunday, October 23rd. I think today is 26th. Yeah, this is a couple of days after Rose's day. Yeah. I have no idea how can you be bad to a guy with such a sympathetic face, right? Yeah, we're on the 26th now, and Rose died on the 23rd.
You must be quite the veteran to handle this on your own. We've had a full crew coming into our penthouse the last time we were covered in your magazine.
Veteran? Oh, your words are too kind, Miss Wright.
Aww.
Hannah, if I get to call you Zach, you have my permission to call me Hannah.
Everyone's just chilling, unaffected by Rose's death. Yeah. I don't think... I mean, Hannah and Luke definitely met Rose during the open house and everything. I'm not so sure how well Zach and Rose knew each other.
Alrighty then. Anyway, I'm no veteran, but I know my camera well enough to make sure this is a good shoot. You can trust me on that, Miss Wright. Hannah.
Yeah, Skibbles. British means you're from Britain. If you're from the UK, you could be from like 8 places. Yeah, but still. I think Zach appreciates the fact that Hannah yelled at Luke in front of all of them. Plus, I think he's professional enough to not let that be a thing, especially in front of Hannah. Zachary proves quickly enough that I can, in fact, trust him. His skills with the camera and experience in this industry, at the very least. He is kind and courteous, listening and following as I lead him around the house. A really nice fellow, and he treats our household staff well whenever we cross paths with them. Aww. I answer his questions to the best of my ability, and he's patient enough to answer mine whenever I get curious enough. For one, I ask what the bags are for. They're quite the magician's toolkit. From inside, he had procured several items to embellish the interior with. Bowls of fruit, lemons, trays with peppermills, stacks of cookbooks, cutting boards and glass canisters filled with colorful nuts and grains are brought in for a kitchen setting. For the bathroom, there are white towels, seashells, and decorative soaps. Thank you so much for following, Yeti. Really appreciate that. Camera shutter sound should be annoying. I kind of like it. Same. Since I've done so much photography in my life, this is sort of a comfort sound for me. Almost. There are other things as well, too numerous to count, all in that large backpack and suitcase.
Tricks of the trade. Softens up a room, makes a place feel more homey, and fills it up with texture. But you guys probably have better stuff I can use for this.
No lights? Don't tell me all of these are just props.
Well, I've got my tripod here. For things like these, natural light is best.
For the bathroom, there are dozens of us. Perfect.
I'll just have to set the shutter speed to a real slow setting, and as long as nobody steps into the shot, it'll look great.
Oh, it better.
We go through the rooms one at a time, although we first tackle the ones that movers have no business in anymore. Holy shit, they have a ballroom? The ballroom needs little preparation with its grand design, although there is some trouble at first with the wide open space and the pictures being backlit. It is in the kitchen that Zachary's props come in handy. Considering how Johannes kept this place so neat and sterile, one can practically eat off the floor. This all seems like the same furniture. Yeah, I see no difference. I don't have a ballroom, Bufu. We carry on, touring the house and taking pictures where we can, with the exception to the rooms which have yet to gain any purpose or design. Too bad I can't take a sneak peek at these photos yet. Yeah, the follow sign is from Arrested Development. It's from one of the earlier episodes in Season 1. You have 2 ballrooms? I would rather have a ball pit room, to be perfectly honest. That sounds more fun. Funnily enough, he's using a traditional camera. I didn't even know film still existed. With the way he speaks, however, I can see that he knows enough about his craft that I'm not too worried about botched photographs. I imagine photography must be cathartic for him, judging by how at ease he looks while he's taking pictures. There are small snippets of conversation in between the clicking of the camera. He even goes far as to talk about these terminologies like shutter speeds and aperture when I ask about the technical aspects. I can't quite see the picture as it is made, much like when I watched artists paint on their canvas. But just watching someone passionately practicing their craft such as this is exciting in its own way. Going through the many rooms has been quite the exercise for both of us. Despite that, he's been so nice, and I find myself putting on my best smile. You definitely should watch Arrested Development, Hope. It's one of the best comedy shows out there. It's amazing. Rather have a garden? Same. Oh, I would so love to have a garden. It's like one of my biggest wishes whenever we move from here. But it is as we're taking pictures in the foyer that everything comes to a standstill for a moment because Luke walks in. Just a moment. And had I not been paying attention, I wouldn't even have noticed. It's merely a split second when Zachary's rhythm is put to a halt. Oh! His finger doesn't move to release the shutter. Holy shit! Yet he also doesn't pull the camera away from his face, gaze still firmly fixed to the viewfinder. His hands shake and there is a light sheen of sweat on his forehead.
Zachary?
Is he the only one seeing this? No response.
Zach, is something the matter?
Lowering his camera, he blinks and stares at something behind me before shaking his head. Turning around though, I see nothing that could have gotten his attention. Oh no! So Zach can see it too? Oh, that's not good. Gardens are a lot of work. Definitely, I still want one. No. Zach is not gonna die. We're gonna do whatever we can to take care of Zach. He's the most important person.
Oh no, there's nothing wrong. I just remembered something, that's all.
The blessing didn't work then.
Let's get back to the pictures. Can you move a bit more to the left, yeah?
I struggle to respond this time. There's a sudden weight on my back and an indescribable tightness around my throat. Everything stops. And everything starts again as I manage to choke out.
If you're sure.
So damn creepy how surprisingly the scares sometimes come out. Yeah, and I think that's one of the things that makes it so efficient. That's why it's very efficient that it's so slow and you go through long stretches of time without anything happening. And then they come out of nowhere and you're never expecting them, and that's why they're efficient. I don't know what just happened. It was probably just a dizzy spell. I'm fine, and he said he's fine. We continue at the same pace as before, although there is an unspoken agreement that we will not talk about what happened.
So, is this a full-time job for you then?
Nah, I just freelance mostly, for magazines, newspapers, and events. So you can't really call it a full-time job. It's fun and it puts food on the table, but it's not what I really want to do. At least, not all the time.
What is it that you want to do then?
He wants to make movies. Maybe I've been out of line, sticking my nose into other people's business, but I can't help but ask. I regret doing so as I see his shoulders slump and the easygoing air he has fades away. He looks torn over whether he wants to talk about it or not.
Films. Documentaries, mostly.
If she offers to fund his movies, I would be the happiest person.
But cinematography is a lot more difficult than photography, right? I was working on this thing, actually.
What thing?
Well, it wasn't really a big thing. People didn't like Blue Fonzie very much.
Still not sure if I like the music transitions. I like them.
People don't like a film about colors. I suppose they would have liked Blue Bibby a lot more.
Very funny.
So, Grand Director, do you want to tell me what Blue Fonzie is all about?
He hesitates, but when I refuse to budge on a matter, he gives in and spills it all out. Nope. Mister, do you wanna take this one? Dark blue, the darkest hours of the Black British. No. He speaks with passion of one who has gone through the very matter he is concerned with. There's conviction, knowledge, and experience in his speech. Why, I would have told him that he's an amazing speaker, if only I wasn't so engrossed with listening. Prejudice and discrimination, in schools and in the workplace. Lesser chances for opportunity and higher chances of being treated like a criminal. He spoke of blacks, of people of color in general, still being treated like second-class citizens. All because of the color of their skin. It's all just positively riveting. On sad. It comes to a point where he soon loses steam. He looks abashed, realizing what he had just done.
Sorry, I just got so carried away and...
It's fine. It is really so fascinating to watch people talk about their passion after all. You should see how your eyes light up when you speak so fiercely. You do have very beautiful eyes.
Ooh! Oh! Hold up! Hold up! Hold up! Hold up! Hold up! So... is this a possible romance? Hannah and Zach? I can't tell! There might be a cooldown on sound commands, Skibbles. I might be okay with that too. I want her to get away from Luke, and I want Zach to be with someone. If they're together, that means he can basically make as many movies as he wants. Oh,
Uh-huh. Thanks.
this is interesting.
I guess.
I want to say that I understand where he's coming from, but I really don't, do I? I was born with a silver spoon in my mouth, and I've lived a charmed life. It hasn't been perfect, but the difficulty I've been through pales in comparison to what others experience on a daily basis. I certainly don't know how I would have fared if it were any different. Would I still have met Luke, and would he still have loved me if I was any lesser?
What was your home like? These things you talk about. It sounds like you've... Well, I don't mean to pry, I mean.
Live with my older sister and my grandparents.
Yeah, Isabella is probably dead somewhere, we don't know. Possibly. We don't know.
We had a shop selling all sorts of things below our flat. And well, I was one of the few non-white, non-British students in class. I didn't get pushed around or anything straight up. Even then, I was one of the biggest kids around, but a pencil and notebook would go missing, you know?
Oh, that I knew. Children can be so cruel at times. Of course, it may be a slightly different story when we have personal guards, and the stolen item is not a pencil, but an expensive heirloom.
So what about you? How you liking your new house? It's pretty impressive.
It's nice, I suppose.
You suppose? Not big enough?
What? No, oh, don't be a bully. It's just that.
I understand if you don't want to talk about it.
I was a little girl, all dolled up and treated like fragile porcelain, with nursemaids waiting me to hand and foot. All the material possessions anyone could ever want, I could ask for on a whim, and it would be handed to me just like that. But I barely saw my parents, just goodbye kisses in the morning before they went off to who knows where they were needed to next. I saw them more often on the telly or in the papers than I ever did in person.
I remember my old house. It was a lot like this one. Big walls and big halls, but nobody in it. Not really.
Who's gonna pay for her dad's hospital bills now? Aww. You know what though? Out of curiosity, I looked up like the different choices for just the first part, just the part that we played, and I didn't look up any further than that. And I looked up... Let's be real, I'm not gonna replay this game. So if I didn't do that, we would never know what other paths they are. If you don't want to know, and you would rather play and find out for yourself, close your eyes and ears, I guess, and I will give a sign whenever I'm done talking about it. But it wasn't a spoiler, because it was just alternate paths that have no impact on what we're doing now. But it was basically what happens if you don't go to work that day. If you don't go to work, you have two different choices. And one of them definitely ends up with her dying. And one ends up with something different that I'm not gonna say. Okay, I'm done. Done. We're good, if anyone weren't listening.
Makes you think how alone you are.
What? What the hell is what? A pensive mood overcomes us. Can't give spoilers and not give the important spoiler. It wasn't an important spoiler. It was just a different variation of that other thing. I'm not gonna say it's Aima, don't worry. It was just a different variation where it's unclear, in a way. So, not a big deal. And there's a moment where neither of us are sure how to go from there. Things have gotten a bit too personal, yet it isn't wholly uncomfortable, like as if we've been friends before.
Well, that's normal, ain't it? You just moved here.
It was a variation where unclear things happen with little to no certainty. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Fine, Skibbles, I will tell you in the gaming channel discussion. Letter spoiler for Skibbles. Okay, there we go.
You'll make home out of it yet.
He certainly makes it easy to believe that. My childhood house is indeed a lot like this one. Just as large and extravagant. It's too late, Sayema, I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. And just as empty. I hope he's right.
So, Monsieur le Photographe, you've covered the one and only Ermengarde mansion. What's next on the agenda?
The interview?
Boring. It's an interior design and housing magazine.
And they want to know what Miss Wright has to say about her interior design and house.
I'm not okay with this store being open.
Honor Wright thinks she bought a magnificent house that she can certainly brag about. Blah, blah. Boring. You know what they should print more of? I watched an interesting documentary the other day. Bleu Foncé, The Darkest Hours of the Black British. I recommend you watch it. Those are the things that people should know about.
Agreed.
What do they care if I use a purple or green bowl of fruit in my kitchen?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that door leads to the attic where we saw the ghost.
People, right?
Oui. People are shite. What do you think? Do I look good with this angle?
I strike a pose while he's being busy, looking taken aback for a moment, probably not expecting me to just go and say such a crass word. But he recovers quickly, and after snapping a few shots, he grins.
Yeah, vous êtes belle.
I am liking Hana more and more.
You want copies of these ones?
Yes, please. So, the big boy knows French.
Look at her blushing. Look at her blushing. She has a crush. Not the most crass word he's heard in his house. No. Not at all.
You must have wooed a few ladies. Unless you're into gents. Either way, French is, after all, the language of romance.
No, I don't know about quoting fancy poetry. But I've made lunch for a girl before, and they did like that fancy French cuisine.
Can you cook your best?
I can cook just about anything as long as I know the recipe.
Why are you uncomfortable? Are you not in favor of Hana and Sak romance?
C'est magnifique.
You can't cook soup. True. It's been too long since I've had a nice and proper chat with a good friend. No, Lee is certainly not a good friend. And although we've just met Sakura... although we've just met, Sakura is the sort that can probably befriend anyone. Seeing people flirt with each other is really awkward. Oh, okay. Hi, Paul's here. Good evening. Can someone close the goddamn door? He's just a comfortable person to be around. A bit too comfortable. If you know what I mean. It's happening. It's happening. The photo shoot went by a breeze, and somewhere along the way, as we walk and talk and laugh, I find myself getting a little too close without realizing. He'll give me this strange look until I back off, and he'll go back to asking questions after I agree to do his little interview. And it's just odd. Well, no, me being friendly isn't that odd, that's how I am. Sakura is the one that's being odd. Why, anyone else would absolutely welcome the extra attention I give them. He, on the other hand, looks almost flustered about them. He should be used to different personalities by now, having to deal with various people when he works. And if not, he needs to start. Perhaps nobody has shown him attention of this kind, but he's a big boy, he should be able to handle me. All it is a friendly touch here, a pretty smile there, and a gentle swaying of the hips as I move around. She's so trying to seduce him, come on. Sakura grew more and more red every time he noticed. Am I being mean? Am I being mean as I find enjoyment in seeing him unravel? A little. Perhaps. This went on during the interview and beyond that. There's nothing wrong with what we're doing, right? Sakura and I are just having a playful, friendly chat while enjoying the outside view. At least, that's how I see it.
I'm sorry, but I'm really getting distracted. Could you maybe stop doing that?
Stop? I'm not sure if I want to, though. I kind of want to continue. Maybe he's also uncomfortable because of how your husband treated him. I know. Probably.
We all know what you're going to pick. Just do it.
What? What's that supposed to mean? Thank you for the pin, Skimmles. We're gonna continue. I want these two to happen. But he's uncomfortable. He is uncomfortable, but I wish there was an option to tone it down. maybe not like touch him, because she said like there was a friendly touch here and there. If we could tone it down but still be a little flirty, that would be the best option. This is who I am, and I'm not gonna tone myself down for anybody else. Oh! Oh no! That went way further down than I expected it to! Holy shit! Okay, I think we're losing the Zack romance, guys. I think Hana and Zack is not gonna happen. I have no obligation to do so. At any rate, he is rather cute, and it's a bit fun seeing him squirm. We get to play as Zack next. So, I don't know what we're gonna do. What's the worst that can happen? I doubt it will be anything bad, considering how much of a gentleman he is.
Oh, stop doing what, Zack, sweetie?
Touching my arm and looking at me like that.
Looking forward to that 5 hours from now. I pause, giving him a baffled look. This is certainly the first time a man has ever complained about me being too friendly.
I'm not doing anything wrong. Come on now, don't be like that. It's just a bit of fun.
She wants you, Zack. A bit of harmless fun.
I'm sorry. It's just really uncomfortable and I don't think either of us want Mr. Right to see us and think there's any funny business.
I think deep down, Hana kinda wants that. Because she wants out of this marriage.
I'm sorry. Look, we're finished with the interview already, aren't we? Maybe it's about time I go.
Oh, you must be joking.
No, I'm not.
You're certainly the odd one. Don't be such a killjoy. A little bit of flirting never hurt anyone. Other men would simply be delighted by my interest in them. Besides, you really are such a cutie.
Well, I'm not them, Hannah. So, yeah, I'm probably odd.
I don't understand you.
Let me put it this way. You're a pretty lady, so this must have happened to you at least once or twice. How would you feel if someone was making you uncomfortable?
I feel really bad now.
Only for them to refuse when you ask them to stop and they make you out to be the one that's wrong?
It goes so over the top to push it further because it's a visual novel and they need something to keep this going. She's moving past likable now and back into annoying and full of herself. Yeah, but at the same time, I think that is her personality. You know, I think Marianne Hope. I think that's how she genuinely would react. And I've been saying this all along. I'm playing the character. I'm not playing me. I'm playing the character. And I genuinely think this is how she would react.
This isn't the same as that.
As I try to argue his point, he starts to pack the rest of his bags. This is preposterous. My main argument is, what sort of man complains about a beautiful woman being friendly with them? See, I definitely believe that this is how she would think about this entire situation. Made her apologize to Pukey Luke. Yes, because I'm playing the character. It seems logical in my head, but the moment I try to say it, it starts to fall apart.
Yes, it is. Unwanted advances don't make me feel macho or anything like that. I'm not here to argue morals or ethics, Miss Wright. I think I have more than enough for the interview, if that's fine with you. I may be starting to overstay my welcome.
Oof. I feel deflated. And things were going so smoothly, too. I ended up pushing too hard, just when I might have found myself a good friend. I'm not sure I feel awful because I'm not getting what I want, or because I was just compared to the pigs I so despise.
You're not even going to let me apologize.
You're not a bad person, Hana. Just...
Because I really am sorry.
people won't always be how you want them to be. And apology accepted. But I really do need to go. A friend of mine is expecting me and it's getting late.
Zack is the best character. Hands
Will you
down.
visit again? I will be asking for copies of those photographs.
Yeah, sure. I'll make you a copy.
That will be much appreciated. I'll ask Johans to see you out.
See you out? We're outside. See him out of where? We're literally outside. I feel sick to my stomach as I watch Zachary leave. It's silly to be upset about falling out with a man who was, only a few hours ago, a complete stranger to me. That doesn't excuse my boorish behavior at all, and it doesn't make the ill feeling any better. Idling about, I stare off into space, unsure of how I feel. And I stay a good while, just standing there until the sun sets into the horizon. Disheartened, I proceed back into the mansion for supper. Entering the dining hall causes me so much confusion. Or like, whorish behavior. I see what you did there. It is dark. For a moment, I thought the electric work is not up to par. But that clearly is not the case, as every other room is bright with artificial light. Finding the light switch is a monumental task, considering the size and my unfamiliarity with the room. To make matters worse, the darkness grants the room a different atmosphere, airy and frightening. It takes longer than I thought to find the switch, something that will have to be rectified later on. My skin starts to prickle, and there's a distinct feeling of being watched. It unsettles me, and only spurs me in my search. And when I do open the light, there's a hiss.
I'll turn the lights down, woman!
He's drunk. There, at the end of the hall, is my beloved husband, with his face in one hand and a glass in the other. Perhaps I can let it go if it's only one glass of wine. However, I can feel myself go livid after seeing the toxic green liquid gleam mockingly at me.
Luke, what? Are you drinking absinthe? You know what the doctor said. Absinthe, Luke. Are you actively trying to kill yourself? Because if you are, we can just hit you with a bloody car.
Honeybee, Buttercup, not too loud, please. Besides, it's Lelouch, not too strong. Just hair of the dog that bit me. Helps with the hangover, dearest.
You drank? When?
This morning, love. Don't be mad. I just needed a few drinks, having to deal with those simpletons.
Oof. Ran outside to make sure my car doors were locked because I had this weird feeling. I don't have a car, but that feeling, I've had that many times. I've turned around after getting like 10 minutes to where I need to be to go back to double check that everything was turned off and locked. Give it to Luke to jump scare us when we're expecting the ghost to appear. I was thinking this was a little too obvious to be the ghost right now. Can we run him down? Yes. How can you drink Jello? If you mush it all together and drink it with a straw, you can. Or you can drink it before it sets. That's also an alternative. But we used to like mush it all together. It turns into this semi-liquid.
And maybe I had one too much.
Really?
You don't see me whinging about you leaving me to handle them on my own.
I had to attend the photo shoot and interview with Luxury Living. You know that. Let's not make this about me, Luke. This is about you and your drinking problem and...
Oh, I don't know, Hannah, darling. What if my drinking problem, as you like to call it, is linked to you?
Wow. That was crossing a line, Luke. That is such a mean thing to say. My room is on the 12th floor and the elevators are out. Think of it as extra exercise.
If we think about it that way, this discussion is about you. That was pretty mean of you, leaving me alone to do all the work like that. You can't use the interview as an excuse either, honey. I was informed the moment your little interview was done. So, what was it then, What were you doing?
Should I tell the truth or tell a little lie? I feel like... I think he knows the truth. I think he knows the truth, and I think if we had ended on good terms with Zachary, I wouldn't want to tell him. If, like right now, we have sort of broken our bonds with Zachary. And I think for that reason, I think she will be more inclined to tell him the truth. This is gonna go terribly either way, but I think being honest right now is gonna be the best option. The way he's acting, he knows. I'm like 90% sure that he already knows. And if we lie, he's gonna read more into that, and he's gonna think that Zack and Hana are now a thing. So I say I was with Zachary.
I was talking with Zachary, the photographer for Luxury Living.
Fuck. That's good. We want these two to split up. I have no reason to tell lies. It's not like I'm guilty of anything. But as Luke's expression turns, he makes me feel like I actually am to blame for something. He has a way to making me laid bare with just a look. That had really struck with me when we first met years ago.
That giant. You were having a secret meeting behind my back and it was with him?
What are you implying?
I'm implying nothing.
I was prepared this time. I saw it coming.
I'm just worried. You know better than to trust those media types, Buttercup. He must have been really friendly to occupy your time like that. But all he's looking for is his next big headline.
He's a photographer for an interior design magazine.
I'm glad you see my professionalism.
Doesn't matter. You let one little thing slip, one wrong move, and it'll blow up in the telly in the morning. He'll go to his journalist friends to gossip and make a quick quid.
So basically, here's the thing. If you choose to go with Ash's professor rather than going with Zack's priest, you probably don't even have that scene because Isabella and Zack are never at the mansion again. Right? So this feels like their way of making sure that no matter what you do, the viewers know that. No, I'm not spoiling anything. I'm theorizing because I don't know. It seems like this is their way of making sure that the viewers know that he uses that word, right? Because I feel like this is a part that we cannot skip, unless we lie. But I have a feeling that he already knows, that we talked to him, so I think he's gonna say that anyway. Consult your spoiler videos and let us know. I think this scene probably comes either way. I think so too, yeah. His eyes were the first thing I noticed about him. They were like nature, the grass and the trees, wonderful and breathtaking. Now, as I look at him, they're nothing but the shade of green as the bloody damn drink in his hands.
He was a perfect gentleman, Luke. I can't say the same for you as of recent.
Excuse me again? We're talking about you, Hana.
No. I am pretty sure we were talking about you and your drinking problem, Luke, right?
Hangover forgotten during the course of this little spat, the man jumps to his feet and seethes. It looks like he's barely stopping himself from throwing the nearest thing he can find.
Oh, it is not a problem. I can stop whenever I want. And even if it was, I think you can very well stay out of it, as it only affects my own kidneys or liver or whatever the bloody hell that shite pollutes. Whatever aftermath that occurs because of your little
Look, Luke. Nothing will happen. You have to relax. It was just a friendly chat.
Well, now I think I'm getting jealous. Or I would be if it weren't for this damn headache.
Maybe you should drink more.
Yes, encourage him to drink more. Do that.
Maybe.
Supper is spent in silence, with nothing but the occasional sound of silverware. I cannot this sound, no. A grand feast has been served, well, grander than usual anyway, most likely due to Luke's complaint of stress. A plate of native oysters for starters, and tranche of turbo, with purple sprouting broccoli, lemon, capers, and anchovy sauce for mains. To finish it all off, black tea and golden syrup sponge pudding with custard. When our appetites are appeased and the plates are cleared away, Luke stands, kisses me goodnight, and leaves me to stare at my half-empty cup. Lonely in the lull of night, I sit in a house too big and too empty, foreign and unwelcoming. Even with this warm tone and homely decor, it feels cold. There is no need for tears, however. I know I can get through this like every other obstacle I have faced before. This is a minor setback, what I hope will be a long and happy life. Oh, the sound is over? Thank you. The food did look okay. It did. Not the oysters, of course. To remind myself that this place is for Luke and for our future children fills me with a renewed vigor. Besides, it looks like someone is having a cry already. The wailing is far away and muffled. Do you hear that? Yeah, the cutlery on the plates, it's one of the sounds that I cannot deal with. I'm gonna be silent for a while. Turn up your volume if you can't hear it. I think it doesn't sound like Luke. I think that is the ghost. Yet at the same time, it shakes me to my very core as I hear it. As if the suffering is just standing right beside me. Hearing it sends a chill down my spine and makes my skin prickle with goosebumps. Who is that? Curiosity sinks in as I follow the sorrowful sound into the kitchen. And into the wine cellar hatch.
Hello? Is anybody down there?
I do not want to go down there. I am curious and concerned, but there is no way I'm going down into a dark and humid underground. I'm not quite as enthusiastic as Luke, who considers himself quite the connoisseur. However, I also cannot bring myself to go to bed with this racket going on. If it's one of the household help, they will surely need some talking. After all, this wouldn't be the first time I've gone and found one of the maids sobbing their eyes out over one thing or another. As professional as our staff are, they're still human. More often than not, it was either Johannes or I who would calm them down, who would help them figure out how to go on about things. Unfortunately, I'm not in high spirits right now, as I'm not wholly benevolent. Hi Timkins, good evening. You can do Ghost Girlfriend or Tumblr. If it's between those two, I think... I'm not sure who I would prefer. Yeah, Skibbles. Yep. Oh no, we have to open it. We have to open it. I may not be going down, but there's no point in talking through closed doors. Or hatches in this case. I'm so scared. The thing refuses to budge at first until there's a soft click, and it easily swings free. As I lift up the hatch and look down into the cellar, a sense of uneasiness washes over me. I am so scared! It isn't just a sudden onset of vertigo and nausea, but also the darkness. I'm so scared! It's suffocating. And as I look down, it feels as if it's looking back at me. I worry that something will suddenly pull me into the deep. I can hear her whispering. Fuck! I am so scared! Calling for me. She wants me. Needs me. She wants to drown me, pull me down, and suffocate me in her embrace until I sink to the bottom. A deep abyss waits, inviting yet foreboding. She's calling to me from in there, isn't she? And I do want to help, I do. But the shadows threaten to creep out, and a feeling of apprehension keeps me in place. Already, it paints the room in a darker light. No! There's a lurching sensation, and the feeling that follows after is hard to explain. It feels like I'm watching myself from the sidelines, a spectator to my actions, or lack thereof. I will myself to snap out of this detached feeling, to move, to do anything except stare at myself. And for a moment, I see the look of fear in my own face. I'm back in my body, but the hook in my stomach is no longer the only one. There are hooks everywhere, tearing and pulling at my skin, flesh, and bones. They pull at me at every direction, and it hurts. It hurts so much, but I just can't bring myself to scream out.
Help me.
Resist! Oh my god! Oh my god! Ah! There are quick time events! I was not prepared! Oh my god! We resisted! Oh my god! We did it! When you look into the abyss, the abyss looks back would be a good thing to describe this. For sure, yeah. I wake from a deep slumber. It takes a while with the fog that has settled in my head and with the heavy limbs. But soon enough, I manage to look around. I'm in our bedroom already, although I do not recall going there. Luke slumbers beside me, looking peaceful and angelic. It doesn't matter. I'm safe, and I feel better than ever. Tomorrow, better days will come. Holy shit. So what, this is 2 days later? Yeah, we have nothing for October 26th. This is October 28th. Wasn't as creepy as I thought it would be in the end. No, what I think this game does really well is just tension. Tension and that feeling of something's gonna happen. Imagine playing as Luke and you just purposely fail all the quick time events. Luke is already gone by the time I rise. There isn't a single hide nor hair of him to be found. And trying to call him on his mobile is a bust, as he only goes straight to his voicemail. That's twice in a row he's gone on me. And for him to disappear today of all days is every bit upsetting as because of what's to come. It's their anniversary, right? The morning is once again filled with a whirlwind of activity. Fortunately, I am much more refreshed as I took a break from my responsibilities. I haven't the faintest clue where Luke was yesterday. Today's gonna be a busy day, although unlike Wednesday, the master of the house isn't here right now, absent once again from his duties. Hopefully, he'll be back in time for the party. This is our house, after all. A grand house-warming party for the wonderful Wright Mansion. Every person of importance from Luxborn is invited, and there will be a few guests flying in as well. Of course. Ah! I am so sorry. Yeah, where was he during the cellar scene? Huh? He's just angry at people because it's dark outside, and of course he's angry at people. No, stay! He loves you too, Abe. Alright. Of course, there will be some people from the media, along with friends and acquaintances, who are made no less important, regardless of their status in society. Marianne and I discuss business and last-minute touches to the house before finalizing everything. Thank you, Skipples. Not that there is much change from our original plans. Bar any huge additions to the property itself, the mansion is nearly 100% complete.
You have certainly exceeded expectations, Marianne. Everything looks so marvelous, and in such a short time, too.
Well, I can't take all the credit. People have certainly been enthusiastic about the idea of working on the right mansion. There won't be any more problems unless Mr. Wright has any more objections about the second bedroom.
Luke and I had a small tiff about making the second bedroom into a child's playroom, which I insisted is completely practical. I'm still like 90% sure that she's pregnant. I tried, guys. You all saw that. He was not having it. In the end, he had to acquiesced. I didn't give him any choice in the matter. I've never heard that word before. He's got a house to protect. Yeah. Acquiesced? Something. Thanks for trying. I even bought this wonderful wooden crib from the antique store yesterday, including some toys. Just in case anyone brings their baby, of course. She's so pregnant. Besides, we have very little need for the actual guest rooms. We hardly ever have guests who spend the night. If we absolutely have to, we often choose to foot the bill for the visit on one of our hotels instead, always at Luke's own insistence. Just mean like to give in to someone? Yeah, I figured. She's an important rich lady. She uses big fancy snobby words. And on the off chance that we actually let someone stay, the bedroom in the opposite wing is still up to the task.
Oh, no. We proceed with that room as planned. I already agreed to him having his greenhouse and his vineyard and his stables. He may as well let me have this one thing.
No, I did not agree to him having a helipad.
All right, then. Well, do we have any other concerns? Anything we need to put on our agenda before the party commences?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, he's been talking about wanting horses for some reason.
Not unless Luke has anything else to say.
Is he around then? It'd be best if we can note down his requests right away, considering the scope of his usual ones.
Around? No. Where is he? Who knows where? I don't.
No, he's not around.
She didn't have to point out the obvious now, did she? After 7 long years, I'd already gotten used to him. I should be by now. Still not, apparently.
But don't you have a party?
I want nothing more than to complain, to whinge about how unfair this is. However, airing out one's dirty laundry is simply taboo among high society. To do so will make you a ripe target for the next dinner party chit-chat. Vultures, a lot of them, really. Or most of them, at least. There are always good ones, like Rochelle Lee. But put your trust in a wrong person, and you'll find yourself eagerly picked apart.
Yes. But Luke's just being a sweetie, you see. That friend he's visiting. He's having marital problems, and he's just trying to cheer him up.
Perhaps I'm being a little too rash. A bit too hot-headed in divulging details. But I thought myself clever with a plan of to dress it up as gossip. Marianne's raised brows make me unsure whether she's interested or not. Although that does make things better if she has no interest and therefore has no hidden intent to utilize whatever I may say to her. Let there be news next to tell Luke is dead.
They've been married for a long time and they've hit a... how do they say it? A rough patch. His wife has a drinking problem and can be very neglectful. The poor thing really does his best to be a good husband.
Oh, she's basically, she's basically telling it out to be like them, only the roles switched out.
But it's never enough for her. Sometimes I think it's the years. Maybe it's been so long that they've lost that romantic spark. What do you think?
What do I think of the matter, ma'am?
Awkward!
No, what do you think of my hair? It feels so lifeless and dull today, and that's no good for a party. And I think I'm breaking out into zits.
Now that you mention it, there is something different.
There better not be something on my face.
I wouldn't worry about that. You do look a little paler than usual, ma'am. I apologize if I'm crossing any lines here, but have you been resting properly?
No.
Huh. You'd think I get a bit tanned with how sunny it's been lately. Don't you worry. I feel right as rain and never better. But back to the matter at hand.
You were asking for my personal opinion on the matter, ma'am? Do you want me to be honest, or...
So, Hana is asking because she wants Marianne's opinion on their relationship. She's just disguising it as someone else. And yeah, Marianne definitely is a reasonable woman. Honest. More people she knows, the more likely she is to get out of this marriage. True. If Marianne now says something that's completely unacceptable behavior, and I think he should try to get out of this marriage, I think that Hana would take that to heart. I don't think she would actually do anything, at least not right now, but I think she would definitely take that into consideration.
Be honest with me, Marianne. I don't need someone to sugarcoat it. I'm not some fragile thing that I'm just going to break down at the slightest thing.
You're making it sound very weird, because to Marianne's eyes, you're asking about this couple that she doesn't know. She hesitates, taking a sip of her coffee while I stare into my own cup of tea. She probably knows, like deep down, she probably realizes that Hana is talking about herself. Like, this game actually doing the amazing is discuss the character's motivations. Like, it's a drama class, right? Honestly, I love it. I really do. Because one of my favorite things about playing like RPGs and games where you're playing another character is that you can play as that character. You can basically just put aside everything that you think and everything that you want to do, and you can play how that character would play it. I think that's so much more fun because it makes you think much more about your actions. Because you're not just thinking, I wonder which action has the best outcome. You're thinking, no, what would this character actually do? And I think that's so much more fun. The silence stretches on, and I almost believe that she will never answer my question. I suppose that I shouldn't blame her, putting her in a tight spot like this. Her hesitation is understandable. Though I loathe to admit it, she simply wants this whole thing to stay professional. But then she speaks.
If I'm going to be completely honest, I need to ask. This is about you and Mr. Wright, isn't it?
It's my turn to hesitate now. I really didn't expect such a straightforward answer. And to get to the heart of the matter, I suppose I'm not as clever as I'd like to think. Or is it really that bad that an outsider can see our little marital troubles? Surely we aren't that obvious, are we? We put up the act as a perfect couple for years, although it hadn't always been an act. Marianne is just more keen than the average person, of course. It is a necessity to her career, and she's been working so closely with her. That increased our relationship with her, like, a lot. I can never connect what Hannah said on this level. I don't blame you for that, honestly. Game particularly position shoots like 6 people. Yeah, which makes it even more interesting, because you're not just making choices based on what character you want to succeed. You're making decisions based on what each character would actually do, and I think it's great, and I love this way to play games. Yes, that's it.
Suppose it is. What would you tell me?
Then, I tell you it's none of my business. I tell you that I don't want to meddle.
Me too, Skibbles.
But if the troubled husband with the neglectful wife asked me for my honest opinion, I'd say that he shouldn't base his happiness and his self-worth on someone else.
True words right here.
Someone who won't even give him the time of the day. Maybe he should try being independent for a while. See what it's like when he isn't trying to please someone else and doing things for himself.
Real talk, Marianne is amazing.
Everyone's supposed to be their own man or woman, right? A bit of breathing room never hurt anyone. That's just my 2 pence worth, of course.
So you're saying they should divorce?
Nothing as drastic as that. If they're afraid that it might lead to just that, then maybe that is what's meant to happen in the first place. We shouldn't let our fear control our lives, but it's just a short hiatus is all. Or, couples therapy? Look, I'm really not the best person to ask about relationships, so grain of salt and all that.
She trails off, having said her piece, and leaves nothing but the smell of coffee and Earl Grey between us. There is a calm despite the nature of what has just been discussed. Wait until we get to Marianne's story. I'm super excited. I want to know about her backstory. Text calls her Marianne. Yeah, the thing is, her name is Marianne in one word. But you know Hana, she can't get anyone's names right. She also still calls Isabella Isabel. It's a neat little thing because we're playing as her, so we see everything from her visual point. She's definitely named Marianne in one word. To say that her words make me start to think is an understatement. To say that I'm not considering her advice is a lie. Hi clone, good evening. Blame Hana? Yeah. When it comes to names, we're definitely blaming Hana. And to say that this might just be the calm before the storm is a possibility. Others have had shorter marriages, yes, but plenty have celebrated long and happy ones as well. My own parents celebrated their choral anniversary before they passed away. But 7 years? 7 years isn't a whole lot in the grand scheme of things. Isn't a whole lot of time to see what and where our relationship can bring us. And at the same time, 7 years? Well, it hasn't been entirely made out of unhappy years, has it? It won't last forever. It's not supposed to anyway. I just dread the thought that it might last for a very long time. I dread the thought that these small spats, these little disagreements will turn into an all-out resentment. The idea that we will grow to hate each other with every fiber of our being scares me. How many years are in quarrel? I don't know. Quarrel anniversary? I cannot spell today. 35. Almost expected it to be longer, since you made it out like this big thing, but 35 apparently. I can't even pinpoint the exact moment when our blissful union turned sour. We can get through this, right? I know that I still do love him, and I feel like there's still a part of him that loves me in return. We just need to get our heads together and talk it out. Surely he'll see some sense. There's a cough before Marianne clears her throat. I must have been quiet for so long, and I move to apologize when she stands up. We both end up on our feet, unsure on how to proceed. Some sort of odd, awkward shuffle occurs as we decide whether to sit back down or not.
I really should handle what's left of the work.
You won't be attending the party? Oh, you really must, Marianne.
I'll try to stay and chat. Maybe grab a few bites and a drink, but I can't be around for the entirety of the event. My apologies.
Expect like 75 years or something? Yeah. A couple of years ago, I attended my boyfriend's grandparents' diamond anniversary, which is 60. 60 years. I love Marianne's accent. She's amazing. We love Marianne. If you're questioning whether or not you love somebody at all, I agree, Skibbles. Already headed down a very dangerous road for sure. 60 is a very long time. It's such a long time. I can't even imagine.
Busy, busy, busy.
You must stay a while. I'd love for you to meet some of my friends, and they're ever so excited to meet you. You need to say hello to the Lees, at least. If it wasn't for them, I'd never even heard of you.
We'll see.
Sorry.
So, if I can be excused?
Shit.
Certainly.
Yes.
You'll have to excuse me as well. I must attend to the party before any early birds arrive. Because, believe me, they will throw a fuss if things aren't ready, even when they're not supposed to be here until an hour later.
I'm gonna put on auto. I think it just auto skips through conversation. Oh. The scene outside the parlor is a great organized mess. Yeah, I still have to click through. Oh, aside from our own household help, we hired the service of the temp agency, which provides staff from the right enterprise in the hospitality sector. Even our very skilled staff cannot undertake a party of this size on their own. Waiters, busboys, hostesses, and their staff captains move about in droves carrying crockery and serverware good for several dozen people, and then some. Chefs and bartenders tail after Johannes, looking like scared little children as he escorts them out through the kitchen and into the wine cellar. Mike, thank you so much for the host. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, Marianne is supposed to be Scottish and Hannah is British, yes. It doesn't specify exactly where she's from, it just says from, she's British. That's it. Sorry. To peruse the stocks to select what can be served at the party and what can be used for cooking.
Schnell! We have a lot to do, and I believe we did not hire snails.
Or Brazilian, yeah, one of the two. Is this a dating sim? Yes. Yes, it's a dating sim. You should play it. There's totally nothing else going on than just dating. Like, you have the oh shit. You have the relationship meters right here, and you have information about everyone, and it's great. You should play it. You should totally play this, Mike. You would love it.
Snails are for the dishes.
A string quartet readies up to play for the evening, tuning their instruments that to fill the air with idle chatter. Floral decor worth thousands fill vases, wreaths, and baskets. White petals are scattered along the driveway up front. Weekends are always reserved for dating sims? Exactly. Yeah. Oh, we have quality options today? Nice. Always a good day when we have quality options. Oh, that looks really nice. An ice sculpture of a reindeer is brought in carefully by a pair. Why a reindeer? It looks very nice, but why a reindeer? What does that symbolize? It's followed by a simple cake. Just a 5-tier white chiffon cake with white chocolate mousse, fresh berries, and a light dusting of edible gold leaf. Just like super simple. It looks good though. But despite the fact that I told Marianne how I will attend to all of this, I find myself unable to focus or care for any of it. I still have our discussion running in our mind, and looking at all of this, I only see Luke everywhere. Station funny creeped out already. Yeah, that scene was a little creepy. It is a horror game, yes. Sometimes. These are all the grand things that Luke wanted to have for the party. I had wanted a small, elegant, and simple gathering, with only a select few invited, namely the people who I would actually trust to enter my home. I did not want any bloody politicians or paparazzi in here, no matter how used I am to catering them.
At least be here for your party. Damn it, Luke.
Yeah, damn it, Luke. The entire thing screamed Luke right. And I can't help but add another question to my growing list of queries. When did I lose myself? It's always about him nowadays, isn't it? What about Hannah, right? What about Hannah Evans? Sorry, Hannah! I keep forgetting. I used to be my own woman, who made her own name, her own career, and her own decisions. Sure, I was already the social butterfly that I still am today, but it wasn't all empty, shallow gossip and sitting pretty. I was also lauded for my knowledge and talent. Finance manager wasn't just handed to me just because my father owned the company. I had insisted that I start at the bottom so I could work my way to the top and prove myself. And I did. I worked numbers, managed budgets, money and accounts, analyzing the competition and market trends. There was a calculation of financial risk, cost reduction opportunities, auditor liaisons, and public relations, supervision of staff, and, well, I generally had a huge slew of responsibilities. Admittedly, I was already quite the attention seeker, even back then, having dedicated most of my youth craving for my parents' approval. Failing that, I turned to others, looked for praise from anyone who would give it, however fleeting it all was. And Luke? Oh, Luke. The way he looked at me, the way he watched me and took a genuine interest. He had me disgustingly obsessed since day one, hasn't he? He saw me for me, Hannah Evans, with both my faults and my achievements. Sin! Sin! Thank you so much for that raid! Hi everyone! Thank you so much for the raid. Really, really, really appreciate it. My bot sub ran out. Just pretend they're all like Twiggy love emotes. Thank you so much for the raid. Really appreciate it. Hi, I hope you had a great stream. How are everyone doing? Hi Ninja. Hi Mark. Hi everyone. It's $12 a stream. I might get it. It's Hi Serious Smiley. It's a very, I would say it's good. It is a visual novel, so it might be a little slow for a lot of people. Because that's visual novels. They are very slow, and they are. It takes a while to get to the action. But average playtime is something like 40 hours, so you definitely get a lot of value for it if you enjoy that kind of game. How are you guys doing? It's lovely to see you. It is very long. Average 40 hours-ish. If you don't like visual novels and you want, like, lots of action, this might not be for you. You like a good visual novel and can't scare me. I played Doki Doki. Yeah, Ninja. 40 hours. Thing is, we play through everything from several different characters. It's a long game. It's a really, really long game. The man didn't treat me like some damsel in distress or some prize to be won. I remember the nights before we were married where we talked about everything and anything. From big things like business, society, and philosophy, to little things such as what we had for breakfast, or whether we liked cats or dogs more. Joey!
Hey, how you doing?
Hi, Joey. Thank you so much for the raid. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Hang on, hang on, hang on, hang on. There you go. There you go. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Hope you're doing well and had a fun stream. I was lurking through a bit of Spyro. But you know me, shooters are not my thing, so... Don't pay too much attention to the quotes, Ninja. I hope you're doing well, Joey. Thank you again. Really appreciate it. Spyro is a shooter, and also The Division has 1 or 2 guns, I think. Hi, Peligare, good to see you. So there. We both prefer dogs. Nowadays, I'm just Luke Wright's wife. It's mostly my fault, isn't it? For those that have just arrived, we're playing as Hannah Wright, and she bought this giant mansion with her husband. And they are not having the best of marriages, and basically she's considering leaving him. Because she feels like she's lost herself, she's no longer Hannah, she's just Luke's wife, and he treats her really, really bad. Spyro is the dragon, yes. See you, Mark. Thank you for coming by. Have a great day. They told me that husbands preferred wives who are docile and subordinate. A woman who'll always be there for him, yet I would never outshine him in all aspects except beauty. A wife needs to be at home and attend to his needs, to have children, and to take care of them in his absence. They said that I have no business working anymore after I was married. I can blame society, but I listened. Before I can fall further into this introspective pit of self-loathing, someone calls for my attention.
The guests have arrived, madam.
Very outdated line of thinking. Yes, 100%.
And Luke?
Running a bit late, I'm afraid.
Late for his own party. That man, I swear. He's probably looking to make a dramatic entrance, knowing him. Open the doors, then. We mustn't hurry.
It's clearly missing. Yeah, we're playing as Hana now, Ninja. Which is very interesting. Jesus.
Even though I'm super lost in this game, it'll keep popping by best chat.
Hi, Fari. Thank you so much for the bids. Really appreciate it. I appreciate you stopping by, too. He's at the bottom of that cellar. Sleeping on the couches tonight? That's the thing! Here's the thing. I have been playing this game as the character. Because we're going through the list and we're playing as each one of the characters. And I am making all the choices as that character would make the choices. I don't think Hana would have him sleep on the couch. I think she's so preoccupied with making this picture perfect relationship that she would still have him sleep in the bed. I'm telling you. He was the one crying down there. Cars line up in the driveway, peppering the front of the mansion with vehicles of every kind. Grand Tours, supercars, even the odd high-end muscle car or two, convertibles, grand saloons, and other luxury cars can be seen, being parked by valets. A handful of cabs drive off, possibly for those who thought it's too troublesome to bring their own cars. There are at least 2 different media vans as well. They're all here for what may be considered the biggest event of the year for Luxport. So far. Who knows what we'll plan for the winter holidays?
Welcome, welcome everyone. Please, make yourselves at home.
Some of the guests idle, enjoying the warm, if not strange sunshine we're experiencing before gloomy skies inevitably return. They greet acquaintances and friends with warm smiles, other less so. From where I stand, I can see the hierarchy of power, the ties that bind these individuals from whether through convenience or necessity. However, there are also a few that are not here to further cement their current place in high society. What? Such as that young man with his oriental air, ignorant of the looks he receives from women and men alike. What? No! This is Ash. He's a detective. We hate him. This weird game is that 90% of the games Twiggie plays. What? No.
Be careful with Shirley, alright?
He is now man from the Orient. This guy looks cool. Mike, he is the worst. He is the worst. You wouldn't be here. Well. Why is Becca here? He's bad. He's terrible. Or that rose-haired woman talking on her phone while she looks unsure of why she's here exactly. Why are you here?
Yes, I'm at the party already, Mom.
Why?
Yes, I'll say hi to her if I can.
What? I see Zachary, the photographer, as well. He talks to a few other of the media crew. Oh, media crew, that makes sense. With an air of familiarity.
I was just here a few days ago, yeah. And the inside is huge, but the staff are pretty helpful if you get lost.
And then there are people like the chief inspector. People who I can never be too sure about. People who stand on the border between being suspicious and being trustworthy.
Thank you for the invite, Anna. Husband still missing, I see.
I should be saying the same of your darling Rochelle, Lee. The doctors again.
She told me she'll just be in the gardens.
Do we know if our mom is missing? Our mom? I believe Hana's mom is dead. Yeah, her parents are dead. Yeah.
Bet she's lying and that she's somewhere around mingling, gossiping with the other ladies.
That went with the previous comment. Oh. The council. Right. Gotcha. I'm sorry.
No offense, but that seems to be all you ladies do at these parties.
Get out. I don't want you in my house.
And aren't you gossiping right now?
Yes, well, What about Luke?
You're not invited anymore.
Should we file a missing persons report now, or do you want to wait 24 hours?
The longer we wait, the better.
He's around.
You know, I can tell if someone's bluffing.
Yeah, Irons. He looks like he smoked 3 packs a day for 20 years, and he looks like he's 22.
Don't tell me, let me guess. He's finally drunken himself to death and not wanting a scandal, you've hidden his body.
I wish.
I was wanting to give this housewarming gift to him personally, too. It's a plate that holds a wine glass so he can stop killing himself with liquid lunches.
Look at the smile on his face as he's assuming her husband is missing.
Looks like it's too late for that.
Nothing like that. Besides, this is a hardly polite conversation.
Oh, relax. I'm just trying to be cheeky to lighten the mood. It's not like I want Luke dead. The man doesn't serve dodgy plonk like the others when I visit, and he pays his respects well enough. I could use a glass of wine or 3, actually. Rochelle's been in a horrid mood. Threw her stilettos at me the other day and almost took an eye out.
I wish she did.
Not sure if this is how it usually goes, but I blame the pregnancy.
I'm getting creeped out now, LOL.
What? Thank you for the bit, Skibbles. How does your face not hurt? I don't know. It's kind of funny doing the impressions of how stupid their faces look sometimes. Just give me a second because Twitch chat is just bugging out a little bit. There you go. It just updated. Good. Just Twitch things. It's the same awkward smile as that passer. It's the exact same model. Yeah, yeah. I'm done. Okay, I'm done with the face. It throws stilettos at him, both the shoe and the dagger kind. I would too. Twitch can't handle the letter. No, few people can. To be fair,
I wouldn't know, would I?
Still no plans for a baby?
For those who don't know, I'm like 90% sure that she's pregnant.
I guess that's for the best.
Also,
that's bad now. I can't even imagine how bad it'll be when that little baby bump becomes huge.
That's a horribly inappropriate thing to ask anyone. Have I mentioned how I don't trust him, no matter how hard I try to do so? At least he brought a gift, I suppose. Oh, mister. Hope you get some good sleep. Thank you for being here.
Why don't you just go inside and have some wine, Lee?
Think I will, thanks.
Greetings such as these carry on as the guests continue to trickle in. Whether we have short conversations or merely shake hands and nod heads, I make sure to attend and welcome each one of them. As the first hour passes by, the rest of the stragglers and I adjourn to the ballroom. Any latecomers will have the attention of the porter instead. I have other duties to attend to now. I refuse to ask if anybody is pregnant. Yeah, it's, it can be really, really awkward, and just asking someone if they are planning to have a baby or why they don't have a baby yet, it's just... Do you realize how many people struggle to conceive? Just like, even if they... Regardless of the situation. So many people have serious problems getting pregnant. And some people don't want to get pregnant. And regardless, yeah, it's none of your business. It's such a terribly personal thing that no one should have to tell if they don't want to. Usually family have asked it. It doesn't make it better. Sorry, I'm just fat. Yeah. If I ever get pregnant and someone asks me that, I will 100% say that just to guilt them. Because I just disagree with the mere idea of asking someone that. Hosting parties is always the same old song and dance, no matter how big or small it is. You make sure your guests are well fed, have good company, and have them all generally enjoy themselves. So when my opening remarks are done, when the band has started to play and the guests have started eating, I find myself wandering around aimlessly unless I am pulled aside. I agree, Hope. For a while, I stay with a small group and entertain them before excusing myself. And when they're not anymore watching me, I end up watching them. When they don't listen, I do. Is it just me, or is the music just really loud right now? A local banker is having trouble with his daughter. He wishes to marry her off, but she wants nothing more than to make music. Hi Ryan! Good evening! Good to see you! How are you doing? It is a party. It's not the kind of party that I would ever want to attend to. Also, she's here and she's wearing the same dress. I recognize that dress. One of our hotel managers worry about the stolen belongings of one of his patrons. A failing in security which should have been brought up to higher authority soon. Our mayor? Well, his cat died. Then there's that rose-haired woman again. It's hard not to notice her with her distinct look. She also lacks the grace that other ladies have, though none of that make her any less beautiful. Thank you so much for following, Ryan. Much appreciated. Can you believe she showed up here in the same gown? I know, right? At a party of this size? Hi, Limey. Good evening. Her stance and the air she exudes instead are strong, and they make her stand out besides her casual attire. Many men have already given her the attention, though each invitation to dance has been turned down. I approached, intrigued, although it is no great mystery what occupies her own attention, with the glances she keeps sending towards the boy with the oriental hair. She's so in love with that. Looks like she's wearing a silly hat. It kind of does, yeah. You ship Hana and Becca? Ooh. She remains unaware, though, even as I stand beside her, pretending that I am there for a drink.
You would catch his eye a lot better if you wore nicer clothes, don't you think?
What kind of a thing is that to tell someone?
Didn't realize the housewarming was going to be this fancy. I would have gone with a nice dress if I knew.
Oh, you're fine, dearie. It's only really the parvenus, those who climb, that come to these parties all dolled up.
Speaking of judging people about their clothes, right?
Quite the black-haired beauty, isn't he?
The boy comes over, but I do nothing to speak any softer. Lend her a dress? She probably could. He merely passes by, and it's a wonder he doesn't hear what I say.
Who, Ash?
You know, you really shouldn't have turned down those offers. If I wasn't married, I'd happily go dancing with those young men. But you said a name. Ash. That's the exquisite lad you've been looking at all this time. I don't know him, and I'm the one hosting this party. That must mean you know each other. Is he your boyfriend, then?
She wishes.
That would explain those rejections.
She wishes. In all my life, I've never seen a face grow red so fast. The shade of her hair did not help as well. This is the most pink I've seen of a person, really. Oh. She's trying to play matchmaker now? Yes, she is.
What? No, that's ridiculous. He isn't my boyfriend.
Such a violent reaction. A simple no would have sufficed. Many here would be happy to hear it.
And I haven't been looking at him.
Yes, you have.
That's right. You've been staring. Quite heatedly, in fact. Although I'm not sure if you look like you want to kiss him or kill him.
Probably both.
It's more the latter currently.
What did he do?
Just don't go murdering him on my property. I don't want to walk into a room and suddenly find a body there.
Foreshadowing? I waver as I feel the burning of someone's stares. It's chilling, and though I'm used to enduring the gaze of others, this one makes the hair on my back of my neck stand up. Here's the problem. That sound right there to indicate the jump scare is one of my scare alerts. And I'm so desensitized to that sound that it does nothing for me. It does nothing. And I kind of wish it did, because it would be so much more impactful. The soulful looks into the camera belong on that show. Are you okay, Mike? I know how good you are with jump scares. My attention is pulled from the girl and I see a woman staring. Dark-haired and dirty, she looks more like a beggar than a guest. And I have half the mind to call security at her when her mouth breaks open into a grin. Isn't this a dating sim? Yeah, this is one of the girls you can date. All I hear is her laughing. Taunting. Her stare makes my blood run cold. She looks at me like I'm nothing but a pig to slaughter for her amusement. It makes my hand shake and I nearly drop my drink. But then, in a blink, she's gone, and the buzz of the party returns.
I'll keep that in mind, but... Are you alright?
Yes, sorry. I just thought I saw something strange. It must be the trick of the light.
Kinda looks like Hana. Here's the thing. The paintings in the hallway kinda look like Hana as well. And I think the ghost girl is one of the former people who lived here. And I'm not sure if Hana looking like her is a coincidence or not. I have no clue. It could be that that Hana is a descendant of these people. Ghost is bae.
Anyway, Hana right, as you must already know.
Still has a glass of wine. What a diva. She will clasp. She will hold on to that glass of wine with her life.
Rebecca Gales.
Gales.
The name is familiar, like a fond memory. I recall a kind lady, a private tutor who treated me like her own daughter when I was young. She'd even bring me food when there was no need to do so. Usually stovies, which I honestly haven't been too keen about. Although I ate them nonetheless because she brought me for them.
Oh, the professor! And your little Becky!
My parents couldn't make it since they're in Scotland right now. And Mom says hi, by the way.
Okay, so Becca's mom was Hana's professor when she was a kid. She will not release her clutch upon that glass? No, definitely not.
But yeah, that's me. Little Becky. We met once before.
That explains why she's at the party as well.
Yes, oh, I remember you! You were the cutest little thing with glasses! And when we met, you were having boy troubles with this lad called something with an A.
Ash? Sorry, that was really loud.
What was it again?
Ash.
Aaron, Alan, Adele, Albert, Alexander, Andrew?
The more I list of names, the more red and the more quiet Becky gets. She starts to look a bit miserable as her body language shows discomfort and stiffness. Perhaps I triggered a horrid childhood memory. Surely I hadn't been mean when she visited her mother. I don't quite remember all of it.
Ashton! Ash! That man is that boy! The same one. Oh, goodness me, after all these years! I can see why, though. He's quite dashing.
Stop scaring Becky. I know!
You don't really need to announce it to everyone with an earshot, you know? Keep it down.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry, but it really is cute.
It is kind of cute that she still has a crush on him after all this time. And a tad bit sad! Now we get to what is this horror game. Hana is quite scary. She is.
So, this is a nice party, Miss Wright.
Please, Hana's fine.
I love that all this time I have been over-exaggerating how she pronounces her name, but she says it worse. She says Hana. Jenny! Thank you so much for the raid! Thank you very, very, very much. I appreciate that. Hi, Tiger! Hi, Jenny! How are you doing? Yeah, she says it Hana, and I've been saying like Hana to over-exaggerate it, but she says it worse. It's ridiculous. How are you doing, Jenny? How is your stream? Are you making progress in Dishonored? Did you get past that one puzzle? Hi, Katie! Aw, all the cute little doggos. And the little mini elephants are precious. Don't think I would feel bad for Becca and Becky. Feel a bit. Ah. I have trouble feeling bad for Becky because I just don't like her. 2 missions from the end? Nice. Well done. Becca and Hana, both brutal and sassy, and I dig it. I can't stand Becca. I honestly can't. She has annoyed me so much through all the earlier things. How are you doing, Katie? Don't cough, you're gonna get me sick? Oh no! I'm gonna try. But if you do get sick, it's not my fault. I will take no responsibility. Is Becky from Lazy Town? Probably. Probably. She's very cute though. Yeah, I mean, yes, she is very cute, but cannot stand her. You're sick too? Everyone's sick. Everyone is sick lately. It's crazy. People teasing you about crushes is terrible. Yes. Yeah, that is a terrible thing to do. But Becca sucks. Hi, Dark Sensation. Yeah, we're so sick of... No, not Hana. We're sick of Becca, not Hana. Aw, Joey, I'm sorry. I hope you feel better. Fairly short stream for me? Yeah, don't you usually stream for like 14 hours? I'm glad you made some progress at least. That's good to hear. I have to day off tomorrow because my workplace had to close down because everyone got the flu. Wow. That's crazy. I don't think I've ever had a workplace shut down because everyone gets sick. What's up with Becca? Well, basically, the way this game works is that we started off playing as Isabella. And now we're sort of moving through the story, playing each character. And Becca was she was horrible to us. She was really horrible and judgmental and just mean and controlling, and I can't stand her. Why does it look like Hana's eyes are at an angle? I have no clue. No clue. I have a lot of self-pity as well. You should.
We're friends of a sort, aren't we? We must be friends, seeing as I know about your little infatuation, Becky. Don't you worry, dearie. You'll have your happy ending yet.
There's 5 people working this place. Oh! Huh. At least she has eyes? Yeah, none of the guests have eyes. This game, Jenny, it's very interesting. At the beginning, we played as Isabella, and we were a real estate agent working on selling this mansion that we're in right now. And while we were there, we went up into the attic and we found this this letter. You can kind of see it here. I'm not sure if we can actually see it. Maybe in the journal somewhere. That was at the beginning. There it is. It says, "Help me, help me, help me, help me," written in blood, and then at the end it says, "Send this to 5 people or else." And then a ghost lady appeared and almost killed us. And we still stole the mansion to Hana and Luke, who are just really, really, really rich people. And then our partner at the real estate agent died, and the words "help me, help me, help me, help me, help me" were written on the walls of the apartment where she died. And now people are cursed and they see this ghost lady, and we don't know what's going on with the ghost lady. We don't know how to get rid of the curse. And now we're playing as Hana. I am excited to play as Becca. So one of my friends in your Discord who I didn't know was following me too. This is so cool. It's a small world. Twitch is surprisingly small. Yeah, Mike, that's what it is. Not the wholesome game that it appears to be. What are you talking about? This is totally wholesome. It's a super cute dating sim where you play as every character. Which couple bought a cursed mansion and everyone's gonna die? Pretty much.
I'm not too concerned about that, am I? That's not what I'm looking for.
Oh? And what makes you think that? Doesn't everybody want their happy ending?
Not Zack though. No, Zack is our favorite character. By far.
The idea of happy endings sounds like they're just for fairy tales. And they are, sorta. I don't think you can just sit around, trapped in some tower and hope for the best. If you love them, you have to fight for it, right? You're not just going to sit there and hope that everything will just fix itself on its own. Like everything, you have to work at it.
Yeah, it's Until Dawn meets Doki Doki Literature Club. Pretty much.
But what do I know?
There's a grimace, although she starts to relax around my presence. How long has it been since we met as children? Certainly a long time. She was tiny back then, if I recall correctly.
I'm sure the daughter of the two greatest professors I've ever known is smart enough to know what she's talking about. But have you told him how you feel? And it's been what? 20 years?
17, actually. But no, not yet. He can be a bit dense.
It's putting it lightly. Doki Doki was your first visual novel, mine too.
I was hoping that maybe he'd notice on his own and...
Oh, Becky.
Well, that won't do.
Oh,
What
Becky.
if you two become husband and wife? He's not to be dense when he's sworn himself to another person. Why, you might just as well consider leaving before the day's even begun.
If that happens, I'll have to give him a good ear bashing, won't I? Whoever anyone ends up with, it's not going to be a perfect relationship anyway.
Oh yeah, Hana, who we are currently playing as, is married to this Luke guy who is the most gigantic asshole you'll ever met. And he's an alcoholic, and he blames her for it, and he's currently disappeared, and we don't know where he is! Yeah, Clone, that was a moment. Kind of interesting how Rose was tied to the ghost. There was a weird phone call. Yeah.
There are dozens of us.
we don't know that yet. We are playing as... No, we're not playing as Rose later. Oh, I don't know. Eric, thank you so much for following. Much appreciated. Hi, Pureblood. He's dead or maybe a serial killer. Both of those are kind of reasonable theories. Seriously, you don't know how much of an asshole this guy is. Yesterday, it was this moment where we were playing as Isabella, and we were in the mansion with Sakuri, and Luke called Sakuri the N-word to his face, and it was... I don't even know what... Because just as attending and seeing his live, I'm glad. I appreciate that, Eric. Super energetic? Don't you have a bunch of homework? Yeah. I don't know why I have much energy. I don't know. Hi, Simon! But yeah, it was so out of nowhere, and it just sort of... It made it extra clear how much of an asshole he is. Don't question the energy. No, don't question the energy.
There's going to be things you'll love and things you'll hate about the other person. We're just humans.
Luke the rich racist who wants a helipad in his new mansion.
It's funny. Here I am, trying to give you advice when you did the very same thing back then. I remember you giving me a makeover when we were still kids. And you were the first I told anyone about my... crush.
I do remember, now that she mentions it. Did I give her that yellow summer dress? Or the pink blouse with the petticoat? She must have kept some of what I said in mind. It feels ridiculous remembering all of that years later, talking about boys and how they go crazy for pretty girls as if some gospel every woman should adhere to. Yes, Hope, it was very uncomfortable. It was so easy to say such things then, with me not knowing any better. Though, looking at her now, she must have kept some of what I said in mind. Perhaps I did say something good at that time, enough for her to take it to heart. But all of that didn't matter in the moment as I mull over what she just said in my head. What Becky told me is very different from what Marianne told me. There's no time to ponder over that. However, as a hush descends over the once lively crowd. How much is this game? I think someone said $12? It's on sale right now. Yeah, $12 on sale. 40% off. And quite honestly, it has its issues, but I like it. I'm enjoying this game a lot, and if you're into visual novels, I would recommend it. It's super long too, like 40 hours on average. Just make sure you have time to play it. There we go. Here's the grand entrance of Luke. The music of strings and the chatter slows to a grinding halt as the doors from the foyer opens. The last of the latecomers should have arrived moments ago, and anyone else in this late would simply be too embarrassed to show their face. So this can only be one person, or rather, one man. There is only one man who is audacious enough to arrive at his own party so late. 60 hours here, probably.
Good evening, ladies and gents. Enjoying the party?
With a glass of wine, of course.
I hope I'm not too late in welcoming you all to the right mansion.
Perfect. Unlike I, who was raised in the spotlight and simply grew used to its presence, he sought it out every chance he could, even when there was no spotlights that shone. And I'll never put it against him when he smiles like that. He did so quite brilliantly under the scrutiny of when he channels his showmanship. You can tell by the way people's eyes light up as he speaks, how they listened, enraptured, and even if all he's doing is a simple greeting. A little wave of his hands here, a little smile there, and a bit of swagger. I always tell him that if he's not to be a businessman, he'd do well as an entertainer. I love this side of him, especially when he looks at me and he beckons me over to humbly share his place. Not a single second is wasted as I excuse myself from Becky's side and I make my ways to Luke's.
Welcome one and all to our humble abode. Tonight, if you have yet to find yourself in your roles, you are all ladies and lords of the court of your king and queen. If you would excuse my presumptuousness.
Ugh, I hate him so much.
So enjoy the feast that has been laid out for your senses as we only allowed the best to be served. Enjoy the rest of your night, everyone.
There is a round of applause, cheers, and even some hoots. Guests approach us left and right to shake Luke's hand and greet him personally, praises on their lips. It's because of that I do not see her. I do not see her until she's dangerously close with fury in her eyes and she's already spitting venom. Who is this? Johannes restrained her, taking care not to unnecessarily harm the pregnant woman. But that is little to deter her rage, and the man has no choice but to let her go, lest an unborn child is heard. Oh my god! Is this a mistress? Is this a mistress? Whoo! Although it might be too late for that, as I see an emptied glass of wine in her hand. How much has she imbibed on?
Are you feeling ill, Rochelle?
Rochelle! Oh, okay. Lee's wife.
Perhaps you need to sit down and...
No! Shut it, you monster! I ain't talking to you! I'm talking to this scumbag over here!
Her accent is fantastic.
You bloody bastard standing there with your smarmy smile!
IG, good evening! I so hope that they have had an affair and that the baby is his. She interrupts me, jamming her finger in my direction before she rounds on Luke. Even as whispers and murmurs break out among the guests, all I can focus on is the heat of the moment. Obviously intoxicated, judging by the smell of alcohol on her breath. I'm not ticked off about this little display of hers, at least not yet, but I am absolutely pissed by the fact that she endangered her own baby by drinking. There is a considerable amount of restraint and grace that I must exercise while I wait for her tantrum to subside. I keep a patient, if tight, smile on my face. Luke's expression, on the other hand, is indecipherable.
Watch your tongue! You're on thin ice, Rochelle.
They have definitely done something together right now.
Where's your husband? Who even invited you?
I did.
And I told you with great emphasis not to. Now we have a drunk, hormonal, pregnant woman causing a stir. What is even going on?
I am just about to ask that exact same thing.
I don't know. But Rochelle, do calm down before you hurt yourself. I can't understand a word you're saying.
Where is that husband of yours? Lee! Collect your wife right now!
Fuck's sake, Luke.
Don't you fucking talk like I'm not here and you're not responsible, you ass! You told me that I should wait for you in the gardens!
They're totally having an affair.
Excuse me. What is this nonsense you're going on about?
Crazy talk. That's all it is. Just completely and utterly mad. Has anyone seen the chief inspector?
I am pregnant with your little bastard. You promised me you'll take responsibility.
Yes! Yes! We have a reason to leave him. I am so happy. I am so happy right now.
God damn it, Luke. I finally got you to talk to me after months of silence, and you do this to me.
What? What?
What do you mean you're pregnant with? Luke, is this true?
Lies and slander, woman!
I feel so bad for Hannah, but at the same time, this is our way out of this marriage.
Security! Yo, Hans, take her out of here before she makes an even bigger fool of herself!
No, you do not do this to me. I was so ready to leave my stupid oaf of a husband. I told you to leave that damn wife of yours. Look at her. Does she look like she wants a baby?
She wants a baby more than anything!
Does she look like she could take care of a baby?
Wow! 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 Yes, Saima. Ooh. It is now that Johannes returns with security, along with the concerned-looking Officer Lee. They surround her and move to escort the hysterical woman. You feel sorry for Lee? Why? Lee is a dick. Judging by his pale face, he has heard the whole thing, and now I feel nothing but pity for the man. Not that I believe Rochelle. Luke will never... He will never go as far as to sleep with another woman, right?
I'm so sorry for her behaviour. She's been under a lot of stress. And the alcohol. Talking nonsense, that's all it is. You're not allowed to drink because of the baby, Shelley. What are you thinking?
Nothing to see here, people. Move along.
Is there really nothing here but ramblings of a drunk? Of course there are nothing but ramblings of a drunk. She's just jealous. Jealous of this wonderful marriage, this happily ever after that I have with my prince.
Take that troll up out of here immediately! And see to it that she isn't allowed to hear or anywhere we hold any authority in Luxbourne.
To be banned from anything with the right name on it is basically social suicide. We practically own half of Luxbourne, and there isn't a single establishment of repute that isn't under our patronage, one way or another. This is mercy. I can do much worse to her. At least this way, she could just move out of the city and never, ever return. I have stayed my hand in the face of her grievous fault, her bold-faced lies, when she deserves so much more. I can take away her business, have her factories shut down. It's too easy to ruin her life until she is just nothing. And it's all so tempting. I can only see red. The tension is thick in the air, and the silence that embraces the room is nearly deafening. There are worried and almost fearful glances from some of the guests, yet at the same time I can still hear them whispering. But as long as they hold their tongue and don't interfere, none of those matter to me. Especially when my darling looks at me with a different shine in his eyes. It almost seems as if he's proud of what I've done, and that spurs me on me more than anything.
Everyone, please go back to enjoying the party.
No, we'll get him to confess.
Don't let that mess of a woman ruin your night.
We'll get him to confess, don't worry.
You heard her? Strike up the band, maestro, and let us dance like fireflies in the night!
It takes a bit for the crowd to stir again in the face of all that. But like most problems of the elite, it's brushed under the rug and forgotten in favor of merriment. He offers his hand to me with a small smirk and a bow.
Well, that was a mess, wasn't it? And you handled it magnificently.
It happens.
Luke is Hana the rich ones. Luke is our husband.
We are very important people, are we not?
It terrifies me when you imitate their expression. Oh yeah, oh, I thought you meant as in Rochelle. Both of them are rich. I believe both of them are super rich. Yeah, she had the Evans Incorporated and he had Wright Enterprise. So both had like these really big companies. If you don't do anything in your powers to have Lucille murdered, I don't think I can support this stream anymore. Oh, don't worry. Don't worry, I got this. He proposed to her when her parents died. Yeah, I mean, my theory is that he proposed when her parents died, was because of the heritage. This has nothing to do with the game, but the sentences in Norwegian with possessive like mine or there are stupid hard to learn. Tell me what you have trouble with and I will try to help you, Joey. JC and Queen Bee. Exactly. All about the money. I'm telling you, that's why he proposed. Because he wanted that money and he wanted that business.
Milady, would you like to dance?
With pleasure, my prince.
Why? Stop it! No one is going to get in between me and my darling husband. Not Rochelle or any other rich, snooty scrubber. Luke is even bigger of a cook than I thought physically possible. Yup. Sure, Joey. So, Hana is putting on a front right now because the most important thing in her world is that other people see this happy, perfect marriage. That's not what's happening in your story. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. What's happening in your story? Holy shit, now I'm super curious. Did you choose a different... Yes, tell! Did you choose to not talk to Marianne about this? Oh my god, what happened in your story? I am so... What? I want to know. I want to know all the different paths that this game can go in. Jesus Christ. Not some common whore or an ambitious maid.
You are literally rocking in place in anticipation.
Yes, I might be a tiny bit intrigued with this game. Thank you for the bits. Becca and Zach takes Hannah out of the room after she panics. What? And we just left Luke at the party? What? Okay, so let me guess. You ended the thing with Zach more positively than I did, right? So you were better friends with Zach. What did you do to make Hannah panic? I like that so much better. I like that outcome so much better. Did not apologize. Ah. But I'm playing the character. Honestly, like, okay, I like yours way, way better. But honestly, I think this is more in tune of what the character does. I think we all know that Hana's most important thing is how other people perceive her. She bought this entire fucking mansion because of how other people wanted to perceive her.
For wanting to continue the creepy flirting. You know it. We all know it. Kappa.
How dare you? Thank you for the bits. No, but seriously, we all know that Hana's most important thing is perception, how other people perceive her. And she would not want to cause a scene. No one else is gonna get near him in that manner, not while I'm around. And if I had anything to say about it, no one is gonna get near him at all. Oh! It's the next day. Right, I think this is much more in character. Scene has already been made with Rochelle, so why keep up appearances? To make it seem like she was lying, that she was just drunk, lying to make drama. And that they don't believe her because they have such a perfect marriage. She doesn't scare me, maybe a little bit, maybe a lot. Good. The day after proved to be a difficult task. My darling prince is a man of many connections, a man of the people. He's always talking to one person or another. And I'm always left alone, unable to stay at his side at all times. It's frustrating, but I have to be understanding. Besides, I don't see why he can't just stay at home. The least I can do is make sure that I have his time while he's here, which in and itself isn't as easy as it sounds. Not with that bloody valet of his tailing him around.
Yo, I can't find it anywhere.
He asked, where's my tie? I can't find it anywhere.
Johans, where's my tie?
I didn't realize that we could even play these voice things again. I didn't realize that that was a thing you could do. I thought we could just read it. Okay, that's nice. This is totally different? Oh, what? Ah!
Have you looked around your neck? It should be there if it's not on your clothes horse, sir.
It isn't often that I'm awake this early, at least early enough to find my darling preparing for the day with his valet attending it to him. It's an old-fashioned way to go about the morning. He is able to dress himself, after all. But he says that it really makes the day easier for him to have someone else do his tedious tasks, albeit with a grimace. I know! I need to know everything! Sounds like this game is more complex than I first thought. Yeah! It has so many different paths, it seems. Hang on 1 second, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Yeah, it has 172 achievements or something like that. It's crazy. The break music is from Mass Effect 2, yes. When Hannah gets back to the house, I get the option to stay with him or take a break. Wow! I'm so upset that we don't get to... I'm so upset that we don't get to dump him, is what I was trying to say. Sorry, I muted for that, because that gets really, really loud. Though, if that manservant of his dislikes the duty so much, I'll gladly do it in his stead.
I've got it, my prince. Come here.
Well, someone's up and at them especially early this morning, huh?
Only thing Twiggie still tolerates of Mass Effect. Accurate.
Here I thought you'd be knackered by all the dancing we did last night at the party. And after that... well...
You slept with him after that? Hana! A saucy little wink and a smile is what he offers me as I draw close to fix his tie. I can't believe she would do that. And when the valet reaches out with his perfume, I quickly take it and shoo him aside. This close, his scent fills me with the smell of white flowers, cocoa, cardamom, and almonds. It's intoxicating. and the sight of the two of us in a vanity mirror is picturesque and perfect. Can I help it if I feel a bit resentful that another person get to do this for Luke every morning when I could have done it myself? No, I can't.
You're dismissed, Shroken. I have this. Go on then. You'll be summoned if you're needed.
There's a curious look, furrowed brows, before any sign that he cares is wiped from his expression.
Very well. If you need me, I'll be somewhere that isn't here.
This is a very toxic situation, yes.
You could have let the man do his job.
And I say there's no need for him. I can take care of you just fine, my prince. Just where are you off to this morning anyway?
I hate the thought of him leaving me. It feels like an eternity without him here. In this lonely place that doesn't feel like a home quite yet. Although the mansion is really growing on me, slowly but surely. I want to be at his side, yet he fails to see such an obvious thing.
Business. Where else?
Business.
Why can't you just work from home? You can afford to, can't you?
No, Skibbles. We'll find a way.
Business needs a firm hand and a personal touch, Buttercup.
We'll find a way to leave him.
Besides, I can't stay cooped up forever in here. I'll go mad.
Well, you'll come back home as soon as possible, won't you? It's so awfully lonely here.
Did
without
they
you,
not
my prince.
talk about yesterday's situation at all? What is happening?
I could. I don't see why I should, though. This hasn't been a problem before. You know I'll come home when I come home.
Just get home as soon as you can. For me, won't you?
You have a nice ghost keeping you company. Yeah, no reason to feel lonely.
No promises. It's business after all. I can't just stand up in the middle of the meeting and tell them the wife wants me home.
Then forget those peasants.
Like she's a completely different character. Maybe she did just need to get laid. Yeah. I feel like this is her trying to overcompensate. A little bit. Like, why would you ever sleep with someone else when we have this fantastically perfect marriage, right? He stops and stares, looking perturbated for a moment before shaking his head. Is he feeling ill? That's more reason for him to stay here with me, doesn't it? I'm just being a good wife, worrying about my husband and all.
Be good, dear. And stay safe. There's been all sorts of dodgy characters seen about the property.
What?
I'll be leaving Johans with you, just in case you need anything, and
what?
to be on the safe side.
What character
okay?
is seen by the property? What?
But I don't need a valet. I need you here with me.
I'll be closing a big deal with a pharmaceutical company soon, if things go according to plan. Maybe, after that, I can take a breather for a bit.
No maybes. You have to promise me.
I only need him.
I'm going to be late, Hannah. The longer this takes, the later I'll get home.
Fine. Shall I see you out?
If that's what you want.
At the front door, his valet waits, ready to accompany him for the rest of the day, when he's told to stay and attend to me. I still don't like it. It looks like he doesn't either. But I ignore him in favor of the one that really matters. I hold Luke's hand in mine and give him a deep kiss. It makes my heart flutter as I see the way his eyes close during our moment of passion. Parting for air, I can only smile.
Have a good day, my prince.
Oh, fuck off.
Right. Off I go.
Seriously? He's the biggest asshole. Hana, you deserve so much better. I still don't want him to leave. He should just stay. Forever.
If you could let go of my hand, please, Hannah.
Hand? In what accent do you pronounce hand? Hand. Is there any accent where that is a thing? You don't like him. You don't like him. If anyone likes him, you're no. It's just so hard to let him go when I finally have him in my grasp. To watch him enter his car and leave pains me so. Sounds like an extremely posh way of saying hand in Dutch. Oh yeah, it looks... In Norwegian we say hon. Which is kind of Almost! If you're trying to force a false British accent, yeah. Banned from the stream if somebody likes him. See, that's what I'm thinking. It leaves behind an aching, gaping hole like a hunger and a need. No, Saima, we had no option after the Rochelle thing. I think? Would be something like he said, but without stretching the middle part so much? Okay. Crazy. I'm not content until he returns.
If it fits you, breakfast is ready in the parlor, madam.
If anything, I'll be in a foul mood until he returns.
Leave and go practice your bloody sodomy elsewhere.
What? In my mind, sodomy has a different... it has a different meaning. But okay.
Peculiar.
When I turn around to hiss at him to leave, he's already gone, and that suits me just fine. I want to be alone without anyone bothering me. I want to be alone with myself and my thoughts with only these halls as company. I think it was just straight up homophobic. But why? Is this guy dating the husband? He's like his personal servant, going everywhere the husband goes. She definitely turned into a bitch because now she's so protective over Luke that she sees, I think she sees literally everything as a threat. So, I think that's why. You're telling me the word doesn't mean a warm hug? Yeah, I'm sorry if you have used that word in conversations meaning a warm hug, and yes, that's why people have pulled away from you. That's why they have ended those friendships. These damned halls which will hold our memories, just he and I. There's no one else I need but my prince. Oh, Skibbles. Oh, Skibbles. Not some cheeky servant who's just living it up because he's Luke's right-hand man. Rubbish like him deserve nothing! Wow! Wow! Hana! He deserves to be thrown and locked in. Whoa! The attic! Whoa, 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 time out, time out. Hana! What is your problem right now? Oh my god, is she the ghost? Oh my god, is she the ghost? The German servant, Hope. Without realizing it, my feeder brought me in here. Just for reference, for those that don't know the entire game, this room is where we saw the ghost the first time as Isabella. This empty, lifeless room disgusts me. The longer I stare at it, the harder it gets to breathe, as if the walls are moving in on me. Yet at the same time, it pulls me in. I hear a whispering, and curiosity get the better of me as I look under the bed! There, on the far corner, a loose floorboard. The wood, despite having swelled and warped over the years, is strangely familiar, comforting in its feel. Though it's not merely what my hand searches for as I reach for it. It takes quite an effort, but soon, I am able to lift it. And inside, underneath the dust and cobwebs, lies a pendant. Warm and familiar. Who has a pendant like that? And I swear, if I just close my eyes, I could feel it beating in my palm. I feel a thrill, though I also feel like a thief for taking this. But it's mine. So, without delay, I hide in our room. What? Replacing the Evans heirloom she always kept. This is so strange. We haven't seen that pendant before, right? It's a Horcrux. In front of the vanity, I see the ways my eyes shine as I remove the clasp of my own necklace and put on this new one. Oh no! Oh no! Oh, I'm scared! It fits a lot better than the old one. I can feel it as it weighs on my chest.
Right where it belongs.
Oh my god! Oh, I'm scared! That was the end of her chapter! Oh my god, what? But hang on, that was October 29th! We saw the ghost the first time on October 21st! Wow! Wow! Did this happen in your playthrough, Saima? Did Hana turn into the ghost in your playthrough, Saima? Oh my god, no! I have so many questions. I have so many questions. I need comfort food. I need comfort food after that. Oh my god. CVC's Monsters, thank you so much for following. I would share if I could, but I can't, so I'm just gonna eat it. When she first chased Isabella in the attic, that's when Hana dropped the necklace. It could be, yeah. This is insane! I can't believe what is happening. This game is, Also, I have to do this because I can't deal with the humming. Yeah, the pleasant aroma hits me long before I cross the threshold. Faint, but light and warm, a reminder of what home is. Pa's stern but commanding gaze. Ma's tender smiles, the sunlight filtering through the eaves in the morning. And the distinct smell of cinnamon and vanilla as it drifts through the air every time something cooks from the room. The room. Our room. Ma and Pa's pride and joy. My sister and I, too, eventually. But we ain't allowed in there. Not yet. Not until we're taller or older. Not until we learn how to take care of ourselves and not burn our hands or reach the cupboards without having to be lifted.
But a little peek wouldn't hurt, yeah?
The floorboards are cold on my feet, more than it usually is. The walls more forbidding than what I'm used to. Farther and farther the room goes. Ma's singing ceases, and Pa?
No, please wait.
He's dreaming, right?
I'll be good. I'll sleep on time. Don't go.
My heart is broken looking at him right now. I can't hear Pa. Not above the rackers clanging and the deafening roar of gunshots, nor the screams replacing the comforting soft melodies. There's only the blinding fear. When my foot slips, the red sea that catches me is bitter and frigid, but the blood that drips in my hand is warm. Warm. Boy. It ain't my blood. This is terribly sad. So we know more about Zack's backstory then. The walls tumble and everything goes quiet. It takes a few moments for everything to fall into place, for my eyes to adjust to the relative darkness of my room. Yeah, I want to go back to selling houses. Despite the pleasant chill the AC brings, my shirt is clinging tightly to me. And my blanket, a tangled mess around my throat. Morning has not even arrived, and yet...
Way too early for this thing, man.
And too long. Too long since I've last woken up drenched in my own sweat. Head littered with thoughts that are gone as soon as my eyes open. And too often, only imprints and brief images are left to haunt me for the rest of the day, or until my mind forgets about it. Not okay with Hana being the ghost. It's so strange how that is not... It doesn't happen every time. There's a negative feeling Hana got that ghost took over her. It's so strange. Get why this is called a horror novel now. I took 4 bites to eat that french fry. It's how I eat french fries. Yeah. Wait, I want to see his relationship with people. Oh my god, look at this! Look at that! Look how close we are with Isabella! That's awesome! So many horrible human beings in this, I'm more scared of them. Yeah, understandable. Can't have a black character without a dead dad. No. He hates Luke. I'm surprised it's not further down. Quite honestly. Or maybe that hasn't happened yet. Maybe that hasn't actually happened yet. Huh. Tiny woman, so she takes tiny bites. Before his parents' death, he lived in New Jersey, where his family owned a diner and bakery. He and his older sister were orphaned due to a hate crime. Polar Beast! Thank you so much for that resub! 5 months! Thank you very, very, very much for that. I appreciate that a lot. I hope you've been well. They moved to England where their grandparents lived. He loved cooking and helping out with their old diner, but he grew lazy and disinterested after the incidents. Did not help that he was one of the few blacks in his predominantly white community at the time. Maybe hope. Maybe. I mean, what? I don't play games like that. It was during the creation of his first documentary that a robbery occurred and Ashton was there to investigate. Being in the wrong place at the wrong time led Zachary being placed as a suspect. But the rookie detective helped him clear his name. So that's why they're friends. Who's going high speed? Holy shit! Polar Beast, that is terrifying. Did you go to a doctor? Just you really, really, really should get that checked out. You really should. Honestly, yeah, injuries like that are terrifying and you should get that checked out. And I hope you recover well. Aw, Hope. Thank you for being here. Really, really appreciate you saying that. Seriously, when it comes to any type of head or neck injuries, always, always get it looked at. If nothing else, yeah, like Simon says, it could feel fine and then come back to you later on. And if you haven't had it checked out at the time, there's no records. And you're basically left with nothing. So please get it checked out if you are able to. Sleep well, Joey. Thank you so much for hanging out. Good luck getting up tomorrow, and thank you for being here. And if you have to go to the ER for a concussion, there's a reason Like, head injuries are terrifying. Alright, regardless, the desperation sticks, clawing up, pushing, urging me to relive every moment, every sensation, and... There's a twinkle in Ma's eyes when she looks up from her work, flour dusting her nose and cheeks. The scent of freshly baked bread waits from the oven as soon as Pa opens it, and the homely fragrance of honey fills the room. He reaches up to wipe the small beads of sweat away from his forehead before gesturing for me to come closer the moment he spots me in my little hiding place behind the door. I expected him to be angry, but his pat on my back when I come within his arm's reach is encouraging enough. Ugh, 4 AM, Zaima! Jesus Christ! Get some sleep and thank you so much for being here. Good night. Went for head concussion, doesn't feel like that. Yeah, I would still recommend you checking it out though. Just better safe than sorry. And if it is something treatable, get it treated. Into the yard for a reason. So stupid, I haven't told my family about it. No, but I agree. If you have the opportunity to get it checked out. We'll have to taste these first before we put it up for sale tomorrow.
Twiggie, keeping people up past their bedtime since 2018.
How is that my fault? I will take no responsibility. Not my fault. Thank you for the bits, though. Got a muscle spasm thing in my back. Made it so I couldn't breathe at all. Oof. Oof. That is scary. A knock cuts through the air before I can answer. Sharp, heavy, demanding, familiar. So distantly familiar. Ma ushers me to the kitchen when Pa moves to answer it. But I know what waits outside. The taste of blood in my mouth sends an unpleasant churning in my gut. Ma's apron crinkles under my tight grip. Something snaps back into place. My bed remains in utter disarray. The walls still need a new paint job. And the wall clock ticking opposite my bed is as unsettling as ever. Ash is right. I should have already replaced that when I had the chance.
You're no longer there, Zachary. Here and there are miles apart.
You haven't been to the doctor for 17 years? What? But you live in a country where you can go to the doctor. He's a big guy, wish he had a bigger apartment. Yeah, me too. Let's buy some painkillers and try sleeping in a chair. Yeah, this is much better than Isabella's room. At least. You couldn't lie down? That's crazy that they would just say that. Ugh.
Calm down. Breathe.
The pressure of my own fingers against my temple is a welcoming sensation over the anxiety gripping me. It never really did anything to stave off the headaches, sure to follow after this before, but it grounds me. A little reminder that I'm safe, away from the place that I once called home from Ma and Pa's. Sorry. The urgency which each rap that follows finally chases away the ghost threatening to hang around. Don't even take medication when I get sick. My immune system should beat it. I only take medication if it's really bad. I'm sorry about the knocking. With Isabella, we got the ghost in the office, but we got away, we think. I failed the quick time event the first time and died, and then I succeeded the last time, so I assume I didn't die. I don't know. Why anyone thinks it's a good idea to knock at someone else's door this late confuses me. Nana would chase them away with a broom if she was here. But no matter, it's a welcome break from the thoughts about to take a morbid turn if left festering. It's probably just Ash anyway, looking for a place to freeload or crash. Looking for a place to crash. Wonder of wonders why he's bothering with the courtesy when he never did so before. Even with that hunch though, habit compels me to check who it is first through the peephole. Better safe than sorry, they say. Except the person that greets me on the other side ain't him. Oh! Theory. Is this Isabella after the ghost encounter? I pointed in the wrong direction. Is this Isabella after the ghost encounter and the only person she feels safe with is Zach? Unless his hair grew longer overnight and he started wearing a ponytail, of course. Which I highly doubt will happen anytime soon, no matter how funny that looks in my head.
Thank you for raising your hand. You can go ahead.
Thank you. I waste no time opening the latches.
Isabella, it's late.
I got it. I called it. There's something I can't quite pinpoint in her eyes when she looks up.
This is a test. Hand.
No, she says it okay. Thank you for the bits. So she is alive. Her face is a pallid shade, shoulders tense, breathing heavy, and an uncontrollable shaking in her hand she's trying to hold back. Hide if she didn't know any better. That one was different? Hang on. I'm replaying it.
Thank you for raising your hand. You can go ahead.
No. Nope.
Hey, Zach. Sorry. I know it's weird for me to show up at this hour, but you are the closest to my office, and...
No. It's perfectly fine. I'm not really working on anything right now. Do you want to come in?
Is it all right? I know you should be sleeping at this hour, but I'm sorry.
Oh.
I just thought...
No, Skibbles, you're fine. You're fine. We hear what we want to hear.
I have no idea why I went here. My feet just moved on their own after I got out of the office, and... Sorry.
I'm trying to take advantage of the fact that they were talking so I can eat. She trails off, her voice lost in the muggy night air. I wait for her to say more, but instead, her only response is a downward shift of her gaze. Back to her still trembling hands as the motion alone is enough for an explanation. This is most likely after. It has to be, right? A minuscule gesture. Easy to miss if one is not paying attention. But for someone who has seen the exact same expression on the mirror, done the same thing too many times when night terrors are inevitable, it is not.
Hey, don't worry about it. At least you knocked. Ash just barges in and crashes on the couch whenever he feels like it.
What couch? The bed is behind me. This is a chair. There's another chair here. There is no couch.
I swear that guy is one fine hairline away from being a criminal. Besides, you already know you can count on me whenever.
Yeah, you mean that slightly large chair right there? Without waiting for her answer, I step away from the door and saunter over to the kitchenette. For a few good seconds, only the clinking of the plates can be heard above the constant tick-tock. Late as it may be for a snack, the familiar emotions keep me occupied, steering my mind away from dangerous thoughts. Isabella's company is not unwelcome either. Whatever her reasons for showing up here at such an hour doesn't matter. I'll be damned if I just turn her away, frazzled as she is. The door clicks shut behind her when she finally enters, feet scuffling softly against the tiled floor. All the years I've known her, she's never once lost her upbeat spirit. Yet in this particular moment, as she stands in my doorway, holding her arms close to herself, it's as if I'm looking at someone completely withdrawn from the person I've come to know in all these years.
Do you want to drink or eat anything? I haven't restocked my food stash yet, so ingredients may be a bit limited. But I'm sure I can whip something up with what I have here.
Just water will do, please. Thanks, Zach.
What? No additional food requests? That's new. I'll put something together for you anyway. Feel free to make yourself at home. You ain't exactly a new visitor here. Although my room's not at its most presentable right now. Sorry. New freelance gigs and such. Didn't have time to fix things up here lately.
It's okay. I don't mind.
I missed her too. I'm super happy to see her. Usually, she has something more to say about that. Also, we are shipping Zach and Isabella. A quip witty remark to provoke a laughter or two. Nothing from her this time. Only a weak smile before she takes a seat on the couch. There is no couch! And a silence that stretches out until what we left hanging feels disconcerting. His shocked expression. Before everything turns stifling and awkward, I continue talking, if only to keep the dead air at bay. How is one supposed to keep a conversation going when the person you're talking to is like this?
Anyway, gigs. Can you believe this one client we got? Boss had all my schedule shoots shifted after they caught wind of this couple buying a new property. Man, must be nice to have all the money in the world. The world itself moves for you, huh?
She's curled up on one side of the couch and hugging her knees close when I bring the tray carrying the sandwiches and the water she requested. She starts to straighten up as I'm unloading the contents, but pauses as soon as I hold out my hand in a halting gesture. Maybe the couch is a fold-out couch? Oh, yeah, maybe the bed is a fold-out couch. But Ash would just barge in the middle of the night and go to sleep on the couch. Hi, US alien. Good to see you. Hugging knees? I don't know. Sounds like a reasonable thing to do.
You're a guest. Didn't I say you're free to make yourself at home? Here's your water. Careful.
The tremor in her hands, though lighter now, still hasn't subsided when she reaches out for the glass. I give her a questioning look, but she's quick to avert her eyes, keeping herself occupied by taking small gulps of water. It could be behind the camera, but that would be weird since this is the bed. Also, can I just point out, there's a window here, and there's a window here. How tiny is this building? Like, is it like this narrow and super tall? Because we're clearly fairly high up. These are the trees right here. There's a ballroom behind the camera. Maybe she just doesn't want me asking questions. Worrying. This sudden loss for words, this bout of quiet is not normally present in our chats. Even the creaking of their own chair when I casually take the seat is a welcome break. Although the company's familiar, this has gone way past unnerving.
What happened? Overtime at work?
She doesn't answer immediately. Another gulp drains her glass and of its remaining contents. Maybe the big chair is a couch and just the angle and depth perception that makes it look small. Maybe. Money's a bit tight, please don't make fun of his small apartment. We're not making fun of it, we're just questioning it. One would think it would be enough to help her recover if she doesn't lose her taut grip on the glass as she cradles it in her lap. Her eyes take an unfocused gaze when she speaks again.
Yeah. Boss handed me extra work today. After what happened to Rose.
Rose? Why do I feel like you've mentioned her before?
Door's like 40 centimeters wide. She's not fitting through that door. He's not fitting through that door.
Sorry, I'm better with remembering faces than names.
She was my coworker. That will take some getting used to. I was just talking to her the other day.
Was? Did she resign or something? I think I'm missing a few details here, Bella.
Something like that. She resigned or something.
You've never met her. I think I did mention her once or twice. It doesn't matter. You probably heard her name recently from the news than me.
Something clicks then. A little memory from the night before. The bright red light from the dark room. The strong odor of the stop bath. The television's barely audible murmur in the background, and a glimpse of a bloody room. The news is everywhere, even in the morning that follows. I just didn't think its effects will strike someone this close to me.
Oh. Damn. I didn't mean to bring that up.
No, like I said, it'll take some getting used to, but it'll get better. I hope it will. Things might become a little busier for me, though. She left a lot of things unfinished, and I'm one of the few people in the office who knows how she works. Boss thinks the transition will be easier if I handle it.
That explains it. Well, just don't forget you still need rest. Even the most hard-working people I know don't keep hours as late as this. Hell, the subway stopped running hours ago. Crime rate might be lower here than most places, but that doesn't mean you can walk around freely in the middle of the night.
It's just for today.
Still a good thing you dropped by here first. I'm not just about to let you walk out here alone, especially not in the middle of the night. Who knows what else could happen? I'm not saying you should go right now, but I could accompany you home if you...
Why does everybody in this world leave TVs on forever? I don't know. Did a calculation, this room is 1 meter 76 centimeters wide. That's nothing. That's nothing! Jesus Christ! And his bed is like 1/3 of that. He doesn't even fit on the bed! Also, this goes to my workplace, who also knows how to use a printer to print bloody letters. That's a bit concerning. Why does he tell him that?
No! Wait, please!
Here we go. The vehement tension in her voice makes me pause, and it is in this instant the mask she's been keeping up falls apart, if only for a short while. Right then and there, I understood what's hiding behind her unfocused stare from the moment she arrived. Fear. Pure, unadulterated fear. It's disturbing to see such marrying her usual upbeat conscience. With a sigh, I cross the small distance separating us and kneel in front of her. She doesn't flinch when I do so. However, the way she appears to make herself smaller against the couch is telling me enough.
Bella, this ain't just about your coworker, is it? What is it really about? I'm all ears.
The sound of glass shattering runs through the air as soon as her hold on it loosens. In the span of a few seconds, her breathing grows labored. She was drinking water from a glass.
I don't know. I don't know anymore.
She claps her hand over her ears, pressing it tightly against the sides of her head. Her voice grows weaker with each word, each plea coming out of her mouth.
Please, please don't leave me alone. I don't want to be alone right now. I can't shake it off. Everywhere's not safe and...
Alright, Isabella. Look at me. Look at me.
My hands are firm on her shoulder when I pull her up to look at me. Also, hang on. By now, he has seen the ghost too. No, he hasn't. Wait. Oh, no, never mind. This was October 23rd. We are now on October 20... what? No, we're on October 23rd now. And he did the pictures on October 26th. Okay, never mind. It takes every force of will to ignore the terror in her eyes in favor of taking control of the situation. Too close, too similar.
Breathe. You're safe here. Inhale, hold, exhale. Stay in the present. I'm here. No one's gonna hurt you.
He is such a good guy. Thank you, notebook. I love notebooks. Notebooks are the best.
You want to talk about it?
The force with which she shakes her head is enough reason to drop the topic altogether.
No more. Please. No more. I don't want
I don't want to remember anymore.
Kate, no more talking. I won't ask anymore. Can I get you anything? Another glass of water? I think I have a tub of that pistachio ice cream you love so much.
He's perfect. Notebooks and blankets. Yep, there it is.
We're gonna have to clean this mess first. Will you be fine on your own for a little while?
She nods slightly before retreating into herself again. No more words are exchanged after that, and I take that as my cue to start cleaning the shards littering the floor before either of us gets hurt. The quiet hum of the AC is a pleasant distraction as I go over the menial task. More so than her ragged draws of breath or my little feeble attempt to tell a quick story or two. But the latter does the trick. And soon enough, she has already drifted off by the time I return with a promised glass of water. Her chest rising and falling in a steady rhythm. The strain of her shoulders are gone. Frankly, I've never seen her this still. She mumbles something I don't quite catch when I carry her to the empty bed and hugs herself tighter against the mess of the blankets. I will be so upset too if Zach dies. In spite of the fact that she appears relaxed, the small frown on her face hasn't quite disappeared. No one has died yet. No one of these characters have died yet. Her coworker died, yeah. And Hannah turned into a ghost. We don't know what that means yet. We'll find out! Whatever happened to her won't be leaving her anytime soon. But for her sake, I hope it won't take long with her. Because no matter what promises I've made, this is a kind of fear no person could shield her from. I am super curious how Zach's story begins if Isabella's story ended differently. Super curious. I should know, there are still questions left to be answered. But the late hour, coupled with the sudden exhaustions, made my old couch a much more comfortable bed than it typically is. Oh, hope. Oh. YouTube will be very busy. It will. I need to know all the alternate paths. Darkness immediately welcomes me as soon as my head hits my makeshift pillow. That reminds me, we should probably save. Holy shit, that was the first time we saved today? No, yeah, that was the first time we saved today. Holy shit. It's not good. Darkness immediately welcomes me as soon as my head hits my makeshift pillow. I can only wish the dreams will keep at a distance for now. For both of us. The first few notes, while muffled, are enough to wake me. In the end, it became one of those nights where sleep passes like a blink and is plagued with vague, fuzzy thoughts. I lift a hand to rub away the drowsiness from my eyes, although it does little to relieve the gritty, burning sensation from my eyelids. Outside, the sun has yet to peek over the horizon, but night has already given way to the cold morning light, washing everything in subtle gray hues. I know, clone, I totally should have. At this hour, the entire city remains unstirring. Ordinarily, waking up before my own alarm means abusing the snooze button. Twice or thrice before, just to catch those precious extra few minutes of sleep. But the persistent ringing makes it impossible now.
This better be good.
Groggily, I scramble for the bag sitting at the foot of my bed. The ringing still hasn't stopped, even as I fish the phone out, and Ashton names flashes brightly on the screen when I turn it on. The birds are here, I'm sorry. Must be pretty urgent if he hasn't dropped the call yet.
Took you long enough, Z-Man.
Right, Mike? No one knows about this game, and I don't understand why.
Ashton, it's 6 in the morning. Sun hasn't even risen. Hell, my brain ain't even awake yet.
It sure looks like the sun has risen, but okay.
Stop calling me Z-Man.
It's 20 past 6, Zach.
You're one to talk. Give me back my 5 extra minutes, Ash. I want my sleep.
Hey, don't make fun of me. I can be a more person too if I want to.
Aw, Skibbles, thank you.
What's this all really about? You don't usually make calls around this hour. Is the world ending today?
Sorry about that. Becca rang me up a few minutes ago looking for Isabella. Said she didn't show up in her own apartment last night. We both tried calling, but her phone seems to be off.
This was the 26th? Yeah, okay. So this is just a day after.
Do you have any idea where...
Yep.
I should have known you two would come looking for her first thing in the morning.
Not a laughing matter, Zach. You can't really let your guard down with everything that's happened here recently. You've heard about the Cooper wound from the news. Everyone in the precinct has been restless ever since the incident the other day.
Maybe he is gonna get jealous.
Yeah, I get what you mean. Listen, Ash, about Bella.
I let my voice trail off, unsure of how to go about recounting last night. If I should even say anything to him. He might be a close friend, but at the end of the day, whatever's bothering her ain't mine to speak of in the first place. On the bed, Isabella remains as still as when I transferred her the night before. Sometime during the night, she pulls a blanket over herself and tucked into it comfortably. Like this, it's easy to forget the horror in her eyes, or how much her hands and lips trembled. Save for her firm grip on the edge of the covers, she appears nearly as normal as she would any other day. Almost.
I'm not really sure how to go about this while being...
Zach, what about her?
Something. The worry, the concern, must have surfaced in my tone, because his own shifts then. Hi Shadow Zero, good evening. I agree, it's super interesting. I was very curious about this game. I didn't really know that much about it, but I'm super pleasantly surprised. Carefully, as if he's preparing for the worst.
Look, you don't have to worry about her. She's with me right now. Since last night, in fact.
He's not gonna be happy.
Oh, why didn't you just say so earlier?
She kinda knocked in the middle of the night. I couldn't possibly wake you two over that. And with how things are when she arrived, I thought it'd be best if I let her rest first. I just wasn't expecting people would be looking for her before the rooster even crows.
I hope he's jealous as hell.
You
Me
could have
too.
at least called her something. Becca's beside herself with worry when she found out. You know how much she frets about the smallest stuff.
I know. I'm sorry. That was a lapse on my part. And I just didn't think... Okay, you know what? Rebecca's worries ain't completely baseless. Isabella hasn't been her usual self since the movie. Maybe even before that. I don't know if I should be opening my mouth about this, but Bella didn't outright say I shouldn't, so...
So something's wrong then?
Yes, something's wrong. But at this point, she's told them about the ghost.
I'm not quite sure, to be completely honest. I couldn't get the story out of her.
Really? I thought you'd learned something from me by now.
Not the ghost she saw in the office, but she has definitely told them about the ghost, and they didn't believe her, yeah.
That's not it. Ash, when she appeared at my doorstep last night, she was shaking, and when I tried to ask her about it, she just panicked. Had this frightened look on her face. I'd be surprised if this was the first time I've seen it, but it ain't. Dude, the first time, she was screaming.
First time? When was this?
At the street, she saw the ghost in the store window.
You weren't talking about the thing in the movie house, are you? Because that was just us fooling around. Granted, I think I went overboard with the joke, but...
No, it happened the day after. When she invited us to lunch, you weren't there. We were walking one second, and then the next, she's crying out. I'll be straight with you. That scared me shitless.
It bothered him, if the way he falls silent after his telling. But whatever his opinion is, stays absent from his voice when he speaks again. He's always been good with that, hiding what he thinks.
Did she say anything else?
Nothing. Won't tell me anything aside from a few vague words. I didn't want to push it.
Where is she? Is she still sleeping?
Right here with me, still sleeping. Should I wake her up or something? Let her know you guys are looking for her?
A lot of voice acting is weird. Sax is so good. Yeah. Really, really good. It was the first time I heard Sax swearing.
No need. Let her rest. I'll drop by in a few.
Today? Don't you have work at this time? I mean, I can drop her off home myself before meeting my client later.
Look who's talking.
Wait, 26. This is the day where he goes to photograph Hana and sees the ghost himself.
My schedule's flexible, Ash. Last time I checked, you're the one who didn't have that luxury. How on earth do you think I'm able to tag along when you need me?
It's not completely out of the way.
They live on the other side of the town from you, Ash. Your definition of out of the way is a little screwed up, you know.
Hi, Jan. Good evening. We finished Isabella's story, with the ghost in the office, and then we played as Hana, and we basically got so much more information about her relationship with Luke, and what happened is they had a housewarming party, and one of their friends bursted in and said she was pregnant and said that her baby was Luke's. And because of choices we had made earlier, Hana didn't believe her. They threw her out, basically ruined her life. And she became like this super, super protective over Luke. And for reasons that I'm not really sure what led to it, but she went up into the attic and found a pendant at the same place where we saw the ghost the first time, and that basically turned her into the ghost. Recapping whilst leaving Ashton on the line waiting. He deserves it.
It's fine. I have some things I need to do anyway.
So now we're on to controlling Zack, and we start off on the day. We started off in the middle of the night. Isabella came knocking at the door in the middle of the night after she was in the office. So we basically got confirmed that she survived that, and she went straight from the office to Zack's apartment. And he took care of her and everything, and this is the morning after.
I'll call you back. I've got to let Becca know that Scared Cat's fine. Bye.
We've definitely had some creepy and scary moments. I have been scared more than once in this game. He drops the call before I can even get a word in, and for several minutes after, I find myself simply listening as the rest of Luxborn rouses. The increasing sound of passing traffic, the bustle of the nearby shops preparing for the day, and the growing clamor of the people while they go about their morning. Not the most soothing sounds to hear following a troubled night, but the routine puts me at ease nevertheless. What's comforting, what's safe, what I'm used to. Nearby, Isabella shifts but doesn't wake, blissfully unaware that the city slowly stirs itself back to life. Oh, Skibbles, that sounds amazing. That sounds so good. I hope you have a good dinner. I hope it tastes good. We'll see you later. Thank you for being here. Yeah, we don't want any spoilers here, please. That would be nice. Was her night as restless as the one I had? Were her dreams as lucid? In hushed moments like this, I envy her. Unreasonable, probably a little unfair to say such in light of last night. If only forgetting is as easy as breathing. A small yawn escapes me as I rise from the couch to stretch. Luckily, the short conversation with Ash has effectively driven away any will to get back to bed. I still have a day to get through despite the proverbial ghost hanging around. The orange bottle sitting at the edge of my table is reassuring against my palm. The instant I pick it up, the sterile odor of the capsule is equally so.
There are dozens of us! Dozens!
Thank you so much for following Shadow Zero, I appreciate that. Yet the weight they carry is something I've never gotten used to. Years ago, I'd spend minutes, heck, even hours staring at a single pill prior to taking one in. Now it's just a routine, a way to stave off the unwanted nightly visits. Although, I don't think Dr. Navarro will be quite pleased if he ever finds out I'm relying on them again. I do owe him a visit, regardless. Especially after missing our appointments on purpose and ignoring his calls for a week. Another sigh comes out, tired and weary, and I pop the tablet into my mouth.
Zach? What time is it?
The bottle on my hand hits the table with more force than necessary. As much as I trust my friends, there are some things I'd rather keep to myself.
Morning, Bella. Did you sleep well?
She answers the question with a long drawn-out yawn, one reminiscent of a child. A chuckle manages to come out of my mouth at the sight. In this manner, it's easy to mistake her for someone too young for responsibilities. No, they're not dating. She spent the night because she came straight from the office after seeing the ghost there. She came to his apartment because he was closest to the office, and she basically just crashed there because she was so scared. And he took care of her and let her stay in his bed and everything. It hasn't really been implied that there is any romance between them. I don't know. I think they're just really close friends. We don't know yet. We don't know. Inexperienced and immature even. Easy to forget she was thrust into the role of an adult earlier than her own dreams can afford. To overlook how surprisingly observant she can be at times. Maybe not on the same level Ash exercises for his investigations, or Rebecca needs for her own work. But it's certainly enough to deftly put what she sees around her on canvas. And if the way her eyes flicker to the table and my hand says something, it's that I won't be able to avoid the questions this time. Yeah, she said that his place was the closest to the office, and I think that's why she went there. You won your game? Oh, well done, Bifu. Congratulations.
Only a little. I don't remember how I ended up on the bed, though.
My doing. You didn't look very comfortable sleeping on the couch, all hunched up like that.
It would have been enough for something temporary. Sorry I stole your bed.
Hey, it doesn't matter. Besides, what kind of gentleman would I be if I leave a lady sleeping in such uncomfortable conditions? Not in this house. My nana will give me a tough scolding if I ever did that, I'm telling you.
Thanks a lot, Zach. I know I barged in at a very inconvenient time last night. I wasn't really thinking when I did, and...
Hey, it's cool, Bella. I ain't mad at you. That's what friends do. You guys are welcome here anytime. Although Ashton abuses the anytime part a lot, I don't really mind.
I know, Mike. We all do.
We might have less wiggle room if all four of us are present, considering the size of this place. But as long as no one makes anything explode, it's totally fine.
He's the best character.
Fine or
by
not,
far.
I still owe you one for last night's trouble, especially since you don't seem to be...
A concerned expression passes over her features as she spares another cursory glance over the table, back to the bottle, holding every small piece of what keeps the bad memories at bay. The blood blooming over Pa's heart. The horrified look on Ma's face as she watches him fall lifeless to the ground, and every ounce of spite seeping from the stranger's smile. You don't belong here. You monkeys don't belong here. It never stops, doesn't it?
Well, you don't seem to be feeling well. Let me know, okay? I'll make it up to you somehow.
She makes a slight gesture with her head towards the bottle. Asking a question without really asking. Subtlety has never been one of her greatest assets, but right now, even Ash would have been a little amazed, if not at a loss of words for that. She's left it up to me whether I'll ever give her the response she wants to hear or not. You know what? I want to just tell her. I don't see why not. I feel like with these two, the more honest Zach is to her, the more she's gonna feel inclined to tell him everything about the ghost, right? That increased our relationship. I think he would, Bufu, at this point. I actually think that he would. But it's never easy, ain't it? Talking about my own problems, that is. It will never be, not by a long shot. Not when I've let it stay this way for so long. I realized that long ago, when the wounds are still fresh and the dreams are a nightly occurrence. Can't force yourself to get better or move on to better things. It's what is normal now, and I can only cope. The question in her eyes might be unwarranted, born simply out of curiosity and sincere concern for her friend. I don't owe her an explanation, in fact. But of all the people I keep close in my life, she's probably one of the very few who perhaps I can trust with this. Maybe she won't understand entirely. I can never hope she will. No, never to the full extent. That alone is expecting too much of her, and giving too much of what I can. However, for all her shortcomings, I know she'll hear me out. And that's all I can ask of her. Bless you, background person. I'll pass it on.
My bad. I was kinda hoping you wouldn't have seen me with these.
The pills rattled lightly against the container when I gently set it back to its usual place. Always a small area closest to my laptop, near the right hand. Within reach whenever, and a quiet reminder of what I shouldn't miss every day.
What? Oh, is it bad? I was just thinking that maybe it's a cold like Becca's. Do you need me to get anything from the store? Soup or something? There's one nearby, right? I can run real quick and...
No, nothing of that sort. I'm perfectly healthy right now. It's really difficult to say, but...
What is this about, Zach?
I should have been upfront with you about this a long time ago. But Ashton found out without me telling him anything. But you already know how that guy is. Can't hide anything from him.
If it's something you're having trouble saying, you don't have to force yourself to tell me. I'll forget I ever saw anything and won't ask questions. Promise.
No, I need to get this off my chest eventually. Besides, we're already here. Might as well finish what I started, yeah?
If you say so.
She takes a seat on the couch, her posture easy and open, and her smile honest, as if this is just a simple talk between two friends on a regular day. It's far from one, but her unreserved air is enough to stamp down the twinge of unease that threatens to come up.
Let's hear it then.
And she does. True to her words, she listens while the story spills out of my mouth, of my ma and pa, and the old diner across the pond and what it left in me that day. I can't recall most of it now, my own account jagged with a few missing details here and there. The passing years have eroded most of my recollection of the whole incident. All except for that one moment in the kitchen. The ringing of gunshots are as vivid as it sounded that day. Even Ma's hysterical screams at the moment Pa's body hit the floor motionless, his lifeblood flowing out from under him. And the gunman? He was smiling. He was smiling when Pa opened the door to welcome him. He was smiling when he put a bullet to Pa's chest and Ma's head. I've heard stories of how the world can be a cruel place for people like us before. I never believed until that moment.
Nan and Gran took us right after that. Sis and I flew straight to New Jersey as soon as they heard the news. A few days after, Ma and Pa were laid to rest. And we have a new home a continent away. I didn't even get the chance to take my favorite pillow with me. They said something about the change of environment will be good for us. They had no idea the different kind of ghosts would follow me here.
I expected questions, mostly those brimming with childlike curiosity, and maybe some that are a little too hard to answer. But to her credit, she just sat there, lent her ears, and looked at me with no expectations or unnecessary judgment in her eyes. She appears wiser and older like this, easier to see the breadwinner in her. Her younger siblings are lucky to have her. When I'm done, after everything's been said, she wraps her arms around me, a bit awkward considering the gap in our heights, but it gets a sentiment across. But it's difficult to answer this in kind, if I'm even supposed to reciprocate the gesture given my earlier apprehension. She pulls away shortly with a smile on her face. Not the reaction I braced myself for, but it is obviously better than what I imagined.
Are you not gonna say anything?
He's a superhero now, he totally is.
Am I supposed to say anything after? Like, apologize or something? I don't think that's very appropriate, but if you want to hear one, I can think of something real quick.
Not really. Other people have something to say after usually. And they're not necessarily nice either.
Oh? Okay then. I won't. I can't think of something anyway. Sorry. I'm not very good with this. Who else knows, by the way?
It's her and Ash.
My older sister,
Oh.
grandparents.
Yeah, but apart from family,
Just Ash
it's-
and you for now. Maybe I think I should tell Rebecca too, but...
But not right now?
Yeah, not right now. When I'm ready. Like today.
I'm sure she'll be willing to hear you out once you do.
I don't doubt she will. I'm more afraid of how she'll react after. One step at a time, yeah?
Right, Hope? No other characters have these wholesome moments like these two. I love them.
Whew. Surprisingly, it feels good to get that one out my chest. I was a little afraid you'd be angrier. I didn't tell you earlier than today.
Everyone else hates Becca. I think she's a solid person to have on her side. I think she's a really, really, really good friend. And I think that no matter what, she will be there for you. I just can't stand her.
I'm not angry. I'm just surprised. You didn't look like it. I wouldn't have suspected. I suppose that's how it often is, isn't it? We all have our... what's the word Becca uses? Inner demons? But this is something personal to you. I understand why you'd rather have a few people know.
Bufu, how dare you? How dare you?
That too. Well, these past few weeks haven't been easy for you. I didn't want to add that. Not after last night.
Something passes in her face. Brief, fleeting, and disappears right before I can recognize what it is.
You okay?
Yep, no worries. I'll be fine. Look, about last night... Never mind. This isn't a good time. But don't lose sleep over this, alright? What's important is you got what you want to say out. And if you need me, I'll be here.
I should be relieved. Her words are more than reassuring to my ears. There should be comfort in hearing those alone. In knowing I have another person to rely on if things ever go bad. But somehow, I find myself worrying more for her instead. I'll make another attempt to get the story out of her if I can. But this is a dance I know all too well, and with her, I doubt forcing her to say something would yield any results. As much as I want to imitate Ash, there's only so much I can ask that won't result in something a little over disastrous. At best, she'll stop talking to me until a week passes. At worst? I'd rather not risk it. I've never seen her angry. Outright annoyed, maybe, and often directed at Ash, but never furious. What did they say again about happiest people when angered? Besides, it would be unfair to her after our little chat.
So, food then?
She seems relieved at the brisk change of subject, and as if it had been simply waiting for its cue all this time, her stomach rumbles at the mention of food. Rather loudly, as a matter of fact.
Alrighty, Missy. We're going to get some chow now. Better be quick, though. Can't have your stomach starting a revolution on us here.
Don't make fun of me. I'm not that hungry. Maybe a little. I didn't think I'd end up skipping dinner last night.
And now we have one starved stomach protesting. Sorry, it'll be nothing fancy, since I'm a little low on stocks. I should probably drop by the grocery store after the meeting this afternoon.
I can make a quick run for you if you want.
Nah, I've got enough to put together something nice here. Maybe. I could always improvise if we're missing an ingredient or two. It ain't like we're going for a Michelin 3-star status here. Also, didn't I say you're a guest? Is this a Filipino thing? Or just Rebecca rubbing off on you?
The soft laughter that comes from her doesn't quite reach her eyes. Neither. The answer is neither. Because if she stays idle, she'll remember.
On second thought, I might need a little help slicing up the potatoes while I prep the ham. You up for that?
What? Do you think instant noodles are all I'm about? I'll have you know, I can cook a mean paella with my eyes closed. All my siblings love it.
Hope, we believe they were sleeping medication. They never said, like, specifically this is sleeping pills, but he said that is what he uses to... to manage to sleep when the nightmares get too bad.
Sure you can. Come on. I think I know what we'll do with those spare ingredients.
Despite the massive effort to keep the mood light with small chatter, cooking ends up being mostly a quiet affair. Between us, the consistent clapping of the knife against the board, and the muffled noise from the television I left running, words have become surprisingly difficult to string together. Not entirely unusual. We've had moments like this before, but definitely unnerving with how things are now. I really wish someone else would come knocking at the door. As pleasant as this is, breaking the ice or keeping a conversation going has never been my forte. That's always been Isabella's or Rebecca's department. Sometimes Ash's, although most coming from him border on awkward or embarrassing. Speaking of the guy, he never did call back, and I'm willing to bet my entire yearly salary that he fell right back to sleep after that call.
Sorry, Bella, could you...
Yep, I got it. The potatoes are almost ready, by the way. I turned down the heat just in case. You might want to check on them, though.
Who do you think is on the door?
Hold on, I'll be right there. Sheesh, wait up. If you keep rapping at the door like that, you'll break it down.
Who do you think it is?
Ash.
Oh, good.
Oh.
You're awake.
Ash has already welcomed himself in when I take my eyes away from the oven. He's never been really keen with the notion of courtesies after he's warmed up to you, this guy. All 13 of my logs he broke can attest to that. I mean, it's been implied that Hannah turns into the demon, but that's not until, like... Here. Rose is the one that died, yeah. He's a good fellow, though. Maybe a tad bit standoffish at first glance, but he's trustworthy.
Don't you have work today?
I could ask the same of you. Hey, Z-Man.
You're late. Something came up? You need to drop the Z-Man. It's getting old.
Sorry. I got caught up with something at the precinct on the way here. Had to attend to that first before things got out of hand. I'd tell you about it, but you know how it can be with those kinds of things. Later, maybe.
And you're here because...
What? I'm not allowed to say hello?
I doubt you're here because of that. And you're not answering my question.
Ah, my bad. Forgot to mention that. He called earlier looking for you. Rebecca's worried because you didn't come home last night.
Yes. Yeah, this is after she went to the office, after Rose died. Right after the demon thing in the office. She went right here. Yeah. So this is the day after the demon thing in the office.
You could have called my cell instead.
You weren't picking up. Anyway, I'd really hate to cut this little get-together short, but I need to be somewhere else.
Good.
Come on, Isabella, let's get you home. I'll drop you off on the way.
No, she's eating here.
Wait, we're going now?
She lightly claps a hand on her arm and begins ushering her out of the apartment, throwing a casual wave at me as they pass. I think part of the reason for Hannah's story is to sort of give more... see how she feels about things. Because I really liked her after her part of the story, and I thought that was actually pretty interesting. And we got a little closer to Zach as Hannah, and in one way or another, I feel like that's gonna affect his story. And Zach also saw the ghost. He went to their place, to the mansion, on the 26th, which is today. So later today, Zach is gonna go to the mansion and photograph for a magazine, and he's gonna see the ghost there, which is crazy. Isabella, on the other hand, doesn't appear too fond of the idea. And sure enough, before they can even cross the threshold, she puts a firm foot down. The force alone, enough to halt them both and catch the taller man off guard. It would have made for a funny picture. The way Ash almost crashes into her, and Isabella giving him an indignant pout over her shoulder. Surprise and confusion are all in his face at once. Two things that rarely ever grace if you can't help it. A rare moment, even for our small group. If only I had my camera with me. Dang.
What is it?
Zach cooked something.
If it's just food, I'll get you something on the way back.
But the food! It's Zach's cooking! Real delicious food that actually tastes like food. At least stay and have a bite, please. Zach, help me here!
These two. Whenever they're in the same room, sometimes it feels like hurting a group of unruly kids instead of talking to two mature adults. Oh yeah, also when we were Hana, At the housewarming party, Ash, Zach, and Becca were there, and Becca basically revealed to us that she's had a crush on Ash for like 20 years, and she still has a crush on Ash. So basically it got confirmed that she's totally jealous of all the attention he's giving to Isabella. One moment, they're engaged in a pleasant chit-chat, and the next, they're bickering over a minor issue. Frankly, if I didn't know any better and I have an overactive imagination, I'd say there's something going on. Never mind how utterly impossible that idea is. Don't even go there, Zach. Or it might just be me reading a little too much into things, like always. I can already hear Ash's laughter if I so much as suggest such. This, however...
I don't know about you two, but I think you guys should really stay. I've already made enough food for all of us, and it'd be a waste.
That increased relationship with both of them. Look how high up we are with Isabella right now. This is crazy. I love it.
Why, I cooked up that special honey glazed ham you two keep on yapping about. Got some scalloped potatoes with onions and cheddar to go with it too.
Oh, it sounds so good. The oven timer dings. I shoot the two of them an apologetic look before sauntering over to the kitchen, mittens in hand. The sweet smell of the glaze and salty tang of the melted cheese wafts through the air as soon as I open the door and take the two trays inside. His oven texted him? Yeah. The scent immediately fills the entire room, and even with the door and windows open, the mouth-watering aroma lingers. It's appealing enough that when I put the dishes down on the counter, another starved stomach protests loudly, followed by a burst of laughter. My head snaps up at the two of them, and I can't keep back the smile at the sight they make. Isabella is clinging to the doorframe for support, doubled over with breathless laughter. Ash is the more composed of the two, trying to look unconcerned, but a flush has crept up his neck and chest. It's clear whose stomach that came from, and Isabella's not gonna let him live this one down.
You're in no place to reject an offer of free food, Frey.
I wasn't rejecting anything.
You wanted to.
Damn it, I just missed a meal, that's all.
Aw, he's flustered.
Shut it! Those guys at the precinct said it was urgent. Somebody has to be responsible for it.
I'm just gonna save real quick, just so that I don't forget.
Well, aren't you precious?
Right. You know, if you keep laughing like that, you'll burst.
I'm sure it won't be as bad as your stomach suddenly rumbling like a starved.
Aye, kiddos, play nice. Food's gonna get cold if we keep this up. Ash, you gonna stay?
Might as well, since Scaredy Cat's so hell-bent on staying.
Aw, look at this! They're all having such a lovely time together! Aww. This is really nice. We eventually settle down after the food has been served. The jibes replaced by another round of friendly chatter, mostly about what's going on in the news the night before. Ash looks in love with Zach. He kinda does a little bit. Isabella loves food. She eats all the time. Not like I want to eat your stupid food anyway. There is, however, a conscious effort to avoid mentioning what's currently on the headlines. The dead is never a good topic to talk over food in polite company, this case in particular. The wounds are too fresh, too soon. I'd likely avoid as well, if I were in her position, and someone I personally knew passed away in a gruesome manner like that. Though perhaps the closest we got to broaching the topic is when the infamous mansion is brought up again. And even then, we were careful, Ash and I. We keep the conversation light and avoid bringing up her late business partner. It's the least we can do.
The rights? Yeah, they're planning to move in soon. In fact, they already have a housewarming party planned. It's why they wanted us to rush the papers. They wanted to send the invitations out as soon as possible.
Oh, now I get it.
Get what?
Remember what I told you last night about the new clients?
Vaguely? Sorry, I was a little out of it yesterday. Was it the photo shoot?
Yep, it's actually for the one you sold. Something.
Good night, Boo-Hoo. Thank you for hanging out with us. Hope you sleep well.
When you put it that way, I suppose it makes sense why my boss wants me to prioritize the couple. They can have those documents rushed at just a snap of their fingers. then they're more influential than I initially thought. Man, I guess my boss is expecting a lot more from this project than I expected. Hope I can live up to it.
Your photographs are more than good enough, Zach. You'd probably win an international award if you let yourself. Ma'am Hana's easy to please, too. As long as you're good at following instructions.
Easier said than done. Different clients have different tastes, after all.
Still, a week? I don't think that's possible.
Now that you mentioned it, yeah. They wanted everything finished at the earliest. To be honest, it's not unheard of, but...
But it's still weird. Still weird, yeah?
A slip of the tongue. Still barely noticeable to someone who's already familiar with Ash's ways. Yet in its moment, it's impossible to miss. I shoot him a curious glance, but he ignores it. Rather pointedly.
I can't exactly say it's like that, where I'm just the middleman after all. As much as I want to comment on it, I only know what's on the surface, not the in and outs. It's just that BRC and my boss are more hands-on with the legal stuff this time, despite having a separate department dedicated to it.
Maybe Mr. Wright helped with it too. They have their own legal team for this, don't they?
Well, they should have one. Especially for a big property like this.
They have, but like I said, it's off our hands. Rose and I don't handle this stuff in the office. If anything, to me, this just means I'll be able to send the rest of the funds to Papa's treatment earlier.
I guess that makes a whole lot of sense. Officially off our instant noodle diet, aren't we?
Ash, has anyone ever told you that you have an uncanny way of ruining the mood?
What? I was just saying. A few more months of stuffing your face with those, and I'm sure you'll start to look like a noodle cup. That's a pretty picture.
Ugh.
At least I don't live off convenience store food. Or make poor, unassuming pressure cookers explode.
Yeah, those potatoes look really, really good.
What? How did you... Oh, come on, Zach.
Sorry, it just came up while we were cooking earlier.
I'm impressed, Ashton Frey. You even made it to the news.
A one-time thing. And it wasn't as big as you seem to be imagining.
Second Winter Manor didn't get a reaction out of Isabella. No, here's the thing though, the last time Isabella was at the mansion, they blessed the mansion with the priest. So in their eyes, they probably got rid of the whole demon thing, don't you think?
Oh sure. Let's all pretend that one time you almost set my apartment on fire didn't happen too.
No, they never met the professor.
Hey, that was an accident.
You were making a salad, Ash.
Can we please move on to a different topic?
It helps. The casual talk, the harmless teasing, the mundane stories interesting enough to let time pass unnoticed. By the time lunch ends, the shadows are no longer at forefront of my mind. If it's the same for Isabella, for whatever troubles her, I can never tell. These things, the anxiety, the fear, they ain't easily seen, ain't easily forgotten after all.
You go on ahead. I've got a few things I need to ask Zach. I'll be downstairs in a minute.
Confusion briefly flashes in her eyes when she catches the key he tosses over. But he doesn't give her an answer and waves for her to go ahead.
How sure are you I won't be driving away with your Shirley?
You don't even have a license. Do you even know how to?
Papa taught me how. I'm probably a better driver than you. See you later, Zach. Thanks for the food.
Always has to have the last word, don't you?
You're welcome. I'll send you the recipe for the potatoes tonight.
A grin is back on her face when she leaves and closes the door behind her. For a little while after we've left alone, Ash goes wholly quiet, listening, waiting for her remaining footsteps in the hall to fade. The earlier amusement is gone from his face, replaced with what I can only describe as trepidation. I know that look all too well. When he's like this, he's expecting shit to go down at some point soon.
That wasn't very nice, Ash. What was that with Isabella earlier? You're usually subtler with your questions.
They hired you.
Hired me who? Don't change the subject yet. What's really going on here?
The Wrights?
The Wrights. Luke and Hannah Wright. You said your next gig is with them.
Is that what this is all about?
Just be careful around them. You have no idea what you're dealing with when it comes to that couple.
Ash is a detective, so he probably knows something that he hasn't told us.
I'd rather you stay as far away from them as possible, but you're already here. Isabella's their real estate agent. Seriously, of all the people in Luxburn.
I know, G. I know.
Okay. I guess I'll just have to take your word for it.
I'm surprised that Zach is okay with it. He nods, claps a comforting hand on my back, and turns to leave without another word. He's never been good with those. More often, he fumbles with what he wants to say, but his actions alone are enough to tell me how grateful he is for the trust. He reaches for the knob as soon as he gets to the door, but he doesn't turn. Instead, he looks back and gestures with his head against towards the table. I don't need to follow his line of sight to know what he's going to ask about. He's likely taken notice of it the moment he entered the room.
You back on those? I haven't seen you taking them in a year.
Yeah, I kinda had to. It got worse after the film fest. The dreams, that is. I don't think I'll be doing that again anytime soon.
Heard about that. Don't drop it, though. You don't want Becca scolding you. She actually enjoyed the movie you made, and she's hard to please. Consider that a small victory.
You don't have to tell me. She already did. Rebecca and Bella both gave me an earful after I said the opposite. Promised them I wouldn't, but you can never tell. Hopefully, once I feel better, I'll be able to think about it properly. Speaking of Bella, she didn't open up to me, but maybe with you and Rebecca.
Yeah, I'll try. I can't promise anything, but I'll talk to her.
Thanks. That's all I'm asking.
This time, when he reaches for the door, he lets it close fully behind him without glancing back. A mild draft sweeps into the room as I close the door behind him, slightly disturbing the papers on the nearby fridge. A lone note flutters by my feet, the letters on the surface glaring at me with mute intensity. Ermengarde Mansion, age right 11 AM. For luxury living. After Ashton's warning, they all hold a different meaning now. Yeah, it's the updates of like story and stuff. Okay, so I think this, before we move on, it skipped past the him going to the mansion because we already saw that while we were playing as Hana, right? So since we already saw that, it's not showing it again. So now it's the 29th, which is the day that Hana becomes a demon. And that's where I'm gonna call it a night. It's getting late. I am still in pain, and I have still school tomorrow, so that's gonna be it for tonight, and we'll continue this later. Now he's freaking out. He should be. Quite honestly, he should be, because he did see the demon, and this is the humming that he did back when yesterday night when he had the nightmares. Thank you all so much for hanging out, though. I really appreciate it. This game is it's kind of slow, and there's not always a lot going on, so I never expect a lot of people to show up and hang out, because I realize it's not everyone's cup of tea, and that's perfectly understandable. But the fact that you guys still hang out is really, really cool. I appreciate that. So we're gonna raid someone, and we're gonna raid someone playing Ori and the Blind Forest. He's on my my new stream team, so please show him some love if you want to. I really just appreciate all of you being here. We're not making the humming a command. No, not humming. But anyway, thank you guys so much for hanging out. Hope you all have a great night. I will see you guys later. Good night, everyone.